sun, Switzerland, amazing single tracks, amazing views. I invite everybody to come here to enjoy this race because Swiss Epic was one of the best of the world.
It's truly amazing. You know, I spent a lot of time racing in Switzerland during my career, and I don't think I ever got the chance to truly appreciate it because I was, focused and always in a bubble. But now I have the chance to really enjoy it and look around, and it's unbelievable. It's indescribably beautiful.
Hey, good morning. Morning, Neil. Nice to hear you. Oh, awesome. We actually lucky with the weather. So, yeah, really looking forward to the day. Gonna be awesome trail day. Pretty slippery. So, Neil, can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Because I can just hear Carl talking with the riders and how excited he is to ride with the e-bike. So
To start stage 3.
voice to start.
Stefan, tell us about the conditions of the day. Stefan, are you with us?
Where do we go up?
Okay, we'll be hearing from Stefan and from Carl and also from Thomas Ditch, former teammates. They were riding in the Bulls outfit, and today they're going to be bringing us live pictures. We just caught a glimpse of the race director. That was Karina just passing by there, and we are shortly we'll be seeing the riders pull up to the start line, getting ready to tackle the 63-kilometer route today. And we were talking about the route. It's a single track route today, definitely going to be challenging the riders. We'll be passing Lake Cauma and visiting the villages of Fidaz and Alp Foppa. There'll be some gradual climbs, but there'll be no time for any kind of stopping and no time for gathering the 5-course meal that is on offer at the Ustria Startgels. The riders will be focused on dropping into the Runca Trail, and this is going to be one of the highlights of the week, in fact, and it's Europe's longest flow trail and an international mountain bicycling association award-winning single track. It is the Runca Trail. We're looking forward to seeing those live pictures from the e-bikes and going to be getting a rider's eye view of the most spectacular trails in the world, iconic regions. That's what the Epic Series is all about. Epic Series is the series of mountain bike races visiting iconic mountain biking regions around the world, with the Absa Cape Epic being the pinnacle of the Epic Series. The Swiss Epic is, here we have the leaders' jerseys that we'll be seeing out on the course today. In the men, the yellow jerseys, and the yellow jersey holders at the moment are Willier Pirelli Factory, that's Rabensteiner and Gesmeyer, and in the women's category, the Davos Klosters women, Janas and Morath, both looking very dominant in the field at the moment, having won 2 out of 2 stages, both the men and the women. And in the mixed, is denoted, the leaders of the mixed category are denoted by the green jersey, and the masters in blue, and the grandmasters the purple jerseys. And some dominant rides for the category leaders here, the Ciavita leaders jerseys showing their true colors. So, at the Swiss Epic, start of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and we can see there that just been talking about the rain and the conditions and how they will play a role. The trails will be slippery. Stefan Sam was earlier talking about the slippery conditions. This will mean that riders will need to take extra care on those flow trails, especially on that Runca Trail, as they descend 10 kilometers down into the finish in Larks. They'll be coming back to Larks after the stage, after the 63 kilometers, and they will be certainly looking forward to that Runca Trail. Looking at the stage ahead, this is the route profile that they'll be tackling. You'll see there on the left-hand side just how high they'll be going. They're going almost up to 2,000 meters. And first they'll be tackling the Ridge Trail, and then passing the water point at the Dominican Convent in Ilanz and the Rhine Gorge, Lake Cauma, Fidaz. The big challenging climb of the day, the Fidaz climb. It's a gradual climb up to the water point, and then down the Runca Trail that we've been talking about, and the much anticipated Runca Trail, one of the most famous and one of the longest flow trails in Europe, before kicking back and relaxing in the race village and enjoying the legendary Swiss hospitality and the hotel. They'll be certainly earning that rest today after a challenging stage 3 at the SPAR Swiss Epic. And here we are down at the start line. We're live with the e-bike. Carl Platt will be, he's looking right now at the Buff Megamo team, and we're going to be hearing from Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, a well-known mountain biking pairing, a very successful mountain biking pairing. We've seen them at the Absa Cape Epic. We saw them at the Absa Cape Epic this year, and a big surprise in the field last year at the Absa Cape Epic. The Dutchman and the Spaniard looking very strong. The Buff Megamo team challenging for the lead.
Marathon style.
Carl, can you hear me right now? And are you able to give us the riders' feelings? What's the mood down there on the trails today?
Race? Yeah, Brazil ride I want to do. Are you going? Is it nice? Yeah. No, I want to do Brazil ride. Brazil ride
live
maybe
here with
once
Carl
away.
Platt. He has clearly got a very good relationship, a very good rapport with the riders, having been a former professional, a very successful professional rider. Carl Platt having won 5 editions of the Absa Quebec, multiple Transalp races, race
Michael
victories,
Anders, you know my
and
partner.
he is no doubt going to be enjoying riding his e-bike today on the trails and watching the race from probably the best point of view of any of us, in fact, being able to follow the riders with just a bit of assistance from the electric bike. We're live with Thomas Ditch right now, and we can just see the rain falling, and the mood is a little bit not quite as buoyant as it was yesterday. We would have seen the blue skies. Today, the absolute opposite. And making the trails just a little bit more challenging, especially as we get higher up. We did say earlier we're reaching almost 2,000 meters, and the weather does change. The riders will be packing some extra clothing in their pockets. Very important that they stay warm on those descents. Those climbs are challenging, and of course they'll be working up quite a sweat as they go up, and sweat soon could turn very icy as they go down. So they'll be carrying, you can see in there, some of the riders' pockets, they'll be carrying just a little bit of an outer shell so that they can put it on at the top of those climbs so they don't get too cold on the descent. We're looking forward to hearing what the riders are saying down after 2 days of hard racing. I'll be excited to be getting going. Just those nervous moments just before the start. We're a few minutes before the start, and we'll see the riders, the top riders, in fact, in the Chivita leaders' jerseys. They'll be pulling up to the start line, ready to begin stage 3. Now on the start, we've got Dario Linda. He will be, he's on the start right now. We're hoping to hear from him and to really get to hear exactly what it's like on the start line at the stage 3 of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Dario, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Neil.
To become a slayers, I think we need to let our UCI men onto the starts. 5 minutes to go. We're going to do the call-up now for the top teams of GC.
So Dario, are you with the riders right now? Can you get a sense of the mood of how the riders are feeling this morning?
Yeah, looks pretty good up here. So it's not raining anymore. The sun comes out within a minute. The scenery is awesome. So there's some fog between the trees. It's actually not that fresh. It's quite warm, so everybody excited for today's stage. So it's going to be a real relaxing stage. A lot of gravel roads, but a lot of single trails as well.
Well, excited to hear how the riders will tackle the 63-kilometer route today, and like we said, we're going to be getting a rider's eye view of the race, and just a little bit about the SPAR Swiss Epic. The route in 2022 will be visiting the towns of Arosa, Largs and Davos. It's a 5-day stage race, just under 360 kilometers 11,700 meters of climbing in total, and 11,850 meters of descending. So we are going slightly downhill, not by very much. There is still plenty of climbing to be done. Of course, we are in the Alps, the spectacular Alps, and the riders at the end of the 5 days will have definitely can say to themselves that they've earned that finisher's medal and they will have conquered the Alps in the Swiss Epic. It's the 9th edition of the race, and we've seen the race began in 2014, and in those 11,700 meters of climbing, they'll be seeing the highlights will be the magnificent Hornli and Runca trails. Today, in fact, they'll be visiting the Runca Trail. It's a highlight of not only just the day, but also of the week, and the highest point of the race has been reached. In fact, we reached it yesterday at 2,500 meters in the Alps, and the riders will be returning to the Graubunden's famed trails once again today in a loop around Laax. We're seeing in front of us right now, this is the Singer team. This is one of the contenders of the race, and Martin Frey and Simon Stiebjan are going to be looking to challenge the yellow jersey wearers today. Bit of camaraderie among the riders, that's what it's all about. It's a two-person race. The riders are riding in pairs, and there will be that camaraderie at the start, but no doubt when the racing starts there'll be plenty of fierce competition. And we're hoping to hear from Dario on the start. Dario, are you down on the start line right now? What tell us a little bit about any of the riders you've spoken to. What any interesting tidbits of information that you can give us, Dario?
I don't know if you can hear me, Neil.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So yeah, they just passed by with me. They're ready for the start. So they're not sure what to wear. That's the problem today, because there's some rainfall expected for 10, 11 around. So they're not wearing a rain dress at the moment. It's a bit fresh now. So yeah, that was the biggest issue this morning, what to wear.
Yes, it's all about the wardrobe, of course, and the wrong choice of wardrobe could prove disastrous, in fact, because of the difference in altitude that we'll be reaching. We can see Paul Kay on the start line. He's going to be riding the riders up, and that's what it's all about. It's all about motivating themselves for the 60-kilometer route today, the 63-kilometer route, and most importantly, the 2,200 meters of climbing. See, Willier Pirelli is the team of the moment in yellow, and that's the pairing of Rabensteiner and Gersmeyer. Daniel Gersmeyer, and both him and Rabensteiner have been highly successful in Epic Series races. They have done extremely well, having won multiple stages in the Absa Cape Epic, and they have proved dominant over the last 2 days. And Dario, if you can hear me right now, we'd love to hear just a little bit about how these riders have dominated the last 2 days. Dario, tell us what you've seen over the last 2 days from this exciting pairing, Willier Pirelli.
Yeah, right from the beginning on first stage, they already attacked in the first uphill. And then it was Daniel Geismay during the whole race leading the pack. So unbelievable power from Daniel Geismay. His colleague Fabian Rabensteiner was always on second place. At the last downhill, stage number 2, the Hörnli Trail down, he was the leader then. He's a bit of a better downhiller than his teammate we see on the right-hand side, Daniel Geismay. And so it was yesterday. They attacked again in this endless climb up to Hörnli Hütte in Arosa. And till Laax, till the finish line. They've been in the lead all the time. But yesterday, I think Daniel Geismay struggled a little bit on the last uphill, because it was Fabian Rabenstein. It seemed to be a little bit stronger than his teammate yesterday.
Well, that's what two-persons team racing is all about. It's all about one partner supporting the other in those dark moments. And in a race like this, in fact, any Epic Series race, any mountain bike stage race, There'll be bad moments and good moments for both of the riders, and it's all about that teamwork, that camaraderie, and that symbiosis between the two teams, between the two teammates. When one is doing well, the other one might need some support, and that's really one of the exciting dynamics of mountain bike stage racing, is that two-person team dynamic. So you can see they're starting climbing already, and the riders are off. They'll be approaching very soon. They'll be going, they're climbing straight away out of the blocks, and already the race is starting to stretch out. And it really looks like the race is between the three top teams of the week, and we're going to be excited to see how that plays out during the stage today. Right now we're live on the e-bike. Carl, can you hear us on the e-bike right now? Can you hear us? You can see they're just on the corner of the screen. You can see that they're riding at 13, 14 kilometers an hour up this climb. We don't have an exact gradient, but we can guess that up to 9-10%, just based on the effort that it looks like they're putting down. Clearly, they are 100% in race mode right now. Carl, are you able to chat to us about what the pace is like so far? Looks like we've just got some connection. Carl will be trying to move up towards the front. We're just passing Buff Megamo right now, and quite far back, surprisingly far back at the moment. They will look to get closer to the front to stay in touch, just in case there are any moves. It is early on in the stage. We don't often see attacks this early, but just as the riders all part, the next group batch will be going through, and soon we'll be seeing the women's field rolling up at the start.
Yes, it's me. So I always hear the sound of all the e-bike riders together with Neil commentating.
We're just watching the beautiful views of the Larks region as the riders are heading out of Larks. We've talked about this loop course. It means that the riders with the loop course can really make the most, the route designers can make the most of the region and explore all of the trails, and no doubt that's what the riders will be experiencing today. The 820 riders starting at the 2022 event, and there are 37 professional teams, 30 men and 7 women, and today there will be 50 countries represented, 50 countries. It's certainly a multinational event, and just looking at down the stats right now, we're obviously being at the Swiss Epic, we are seeing 160 riders from Switzerland, and the second highest representation is from South Africa. No doubt the Absa Cape Epic riders will be wanting to experience different iconic regions. Many riders will have seen the Absa Cape Epic on television. They'll have seen the trails of the Western Cape, very different from the trail surfaces we're seeing in Switzerland, and great for the South African riders to experience the different iconic regions, as well as riders from the United Kingdom, Germany, United States, Norway, Spain, Belgium, Italy. And this year, in fact, we'll be seeing what we call we'll be seeing potential epic legends. And epic legends are those riders who have completed 3 of the Epic Series races, the 3 main Epic Series races. That'll be the Absa Cape Epic, the Swiss Epic, and the 4 Islands race, and of course the Pioneer in New Zealand. And we'll be seeing 15 potential epic legends, 15 riders in the field of 820 who will potentially become epic legends, riders who've finished 3 of these fabulous stage races. And no doubt a big challenge to finish one of these, but to finish 3 is a really auspicious achievement. as we're seeing the top women riding out of the field. They're going to be heading out onto the trails today, and exciting to see how the race will be proceeding. We've seen dominance in the race so far. Adele Morath has been riding pretty much on the front most of the race, and her partner has been really hanging on, but admirably so. That is the Davos Klosters women pairing of Bettini Giannis and Adele Morath. Adele Morath, an experienced campaigner in the Absa Cape Epic, in the World Cup scene, the UCI World Cup scene also. She's a famed cross-country rider, multiple national champion, and she's riding with Bettini Giannis, who in fact has come from a triathlon background, an off-road triathlon background, and putting those skills and also that firepower, those watts are being put to good use at the 2022 event. And they are holding a commanding lead at the moment of over 12 minutes over the second place team, Janina Wust and Deborah Piana. We're seeing here the green Chevita leaders jerseys. This is the mixed pairing of Alexander Somner and Sabine Somner. Bit of nerves before the start. No doubt they'll be looking forward to that 63 kilometers and that famous Runca Trail, one of the longest flow trails in Europe. We can't wait to see those views from the e-bikes, just how beautiful those flow trails are. Just a little bit of a good luck gesture at the start, and they'll be looking to cement that lead. Right now they have a 27-minute lead. Sorry, it's a 29-minute lead over the second place team on general classification. So we're seeing the riders leave the start village of Larks, and we're going to be keen to hear from Dario. Dario, you're on the ground now. Tell us a little bit about what you've seen from the later start batch, the riders who are leaving in the later start batches. Tell us a little bit about what you've been finding down, what you've been hearing down on the ground.
So they're coming all a bit late today because they've been waiting in the hotel room. It was warm and comfy in there. So now they're coming up to Larnax. Larnax is a bit situated opposite the hotels, right in the middle in this cow field, right in the middle of this forest. So everybody's preparing at the moment. So, all good? Alles bereit bei dir? Yeah. Everybody's happy down here. So they're excited for today's race. And actually the weather looks better and better. So as I said before, the sun comes out. Everybody's filling up their bottles. They're still wearing some raincoat jackets, but yeah, it's gonna be a perfect condition today. Because actually, the Runca Trail and the trails around here, if they're a bit wet, they're getting grippier. So it's not that slicey anymore at the end of the day.
Yes, Dario, the riders are often talking about what they call hero soil, and just when there's a little bit of dampness, that talks about how just that slightly dusty edge that comes off that trail surface, and you can just dig in a little bit more, those tires just have a little bit more traction, and there is of course a sweet spot of of how much traction they have, because once the trails get super wet, that's when it does become more treacherous. So hopefully they'll get just the amount of wetness on those trails so they can be absolutely railing it down those flow trails, and especially on that Runca Trail that we've been talking about so much over the course of this morning. We're live now with the e-bike. This is the e-bike Thomas Ditch. Thomas, can you hear us?
You? I hear you.
Tell us a little bit about the trail surface today and what you're experiencing out there on the trails.
The trail today is a little bit wet. It wasn't, but like says Dio, it's more grippy, but it's okay. We are just in the first uphill. It's already a small gap between the two first lady team, and just behind, as you can see, the third team with me, actually, and we just arrived on the first small downhill. But everything okay. sunshine. It was a really hot day with bad weather, but finally will be perhaps a good day.
It's great to hear from Thomas Ditch on the e-bike. Thomas Ditch, a well-known campaigner in mountain bike stage racing. And he is right now behind the third-placed women's team that looks like Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt from the Efficient Infinity Insure Rare Street Coffee team. And they are lying on third spot overall general classification. And already there's a bit of a gap. We've seen a gap to the dominant team of the week. That's the Davos Klosters women team, Bettini Janus and Adele Morath. They are up the road already, really early on in the stage. And we're going to be talking to Dario again. Dario, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
And we're just about to see the start of it looks like the next batch of riders. And it's really interesting to see what they're wearing and the difference in wardrobe choices. Any more insight as to what the experienced Swiss riders are saying right now? Because of course they're familiar with the local weather.
Yeah, the weather forecast seems not too bad. As I said, there's a bit of rainfall later on, but only an easy one. And not that high actually. At Larnax, it's 1,000 meters above sea level. So that's not that high, and we're not going up much higher. So the most today is around 2,000, I guess. I've been there yesterday, and the conditions are perfect. The local riders, they're used to this weather. Actually, they love it if it's like that, as I said before, because there's much more grip, and it was already dry. That's a funny thing at the moment. So one rider missed the start now. He was on a toilet, and now he has to run behind his teammate to catch up his start gate.
Well, it's all important preparations before the day, and those who are familiar with mountain bike stage racing and two-person team racing is the riders have to ride together. The rule is there's a 2-minute rule where the riders cannot be separated by more than 2 minutes, otherwise they will receive a time penalty. And of course, the spirit of the race is to ride together, that camaraderie, that dynamic between the two riders, and all important. And just it not only is important for safety, but also from the camaraderie point of view, and just to support each other. And of course, one of the spin-off benefits of that, if you could call it, is the fact that you get to share the experience with a teammate. And it's really a special thing. Mountain biking and cycling, in fact, can appear sometimes like a very individual sport. In this case, in mountain bike team racing, you get a chance to share that experience. And we're right now with the top women. Riding, yes, we can see there, that's Kim Lecourt in front, and Adele Morath in the orange Chivita leaders jerseys is once again leading the pace, setting the pace on the climb. The Davos Klosters women in the orange jerseys, you can just see there in the middle of the frame, up ahead with the orange sleeves, Bettini Janus and Adele Morath. They have over a 12-minute lead on the next best team, the MTB Pro Merchandising team. That's Janina Wurst and Deborah Panina, all present and correct, with the top 3 teams present in this group here. And we'll be able to just get a sense of how hard they're going. There's definitely full effort going on right now. Looking at the profile of the day, they will be on the very first climb, and no doubt just riding just within. They'll be measuring their efforts on this climb to make sure that they don't blow up, but also to keep the pace high as possible, to keep the pressure on their rivals. Again, the next start batch to go through the start chute as they're about to embark on stage 3. It's kind of the midway through the race. In fact, during today's stage, they'll be passing exactly the halfway point, and they'll know that from there it's hardly downhill, because there's still a very big day tomorrow to go, 100-kilometer stage, and that's a long way considering the entire race is 360 kilometers. It's a 5-day race, 11,700 meters of climbing, And we're visiting the towns of Davos, Arosa, and of course today we're in Larks. We're doing a loop around Larks. Exciting Graubünden region, an iconic destination for mountain biking. Some beautiful footage from the drone of the climb up ahead. No doubt we'll be all looking forward to seeing what it looks like really out there on the trails from those Bulls e-bikes as we see the race unfolding. Just a little bit about the Swiss Epic, and from a rider experience, the riders will be enjoying 5 nights of the legendary Swiss hospitality and accommodation in hotel rooms. They'll be enjoying kicking back and relaxing, a comfortable night's sleep with the recovering post-stage meal with the camaraderie of all of the riders of the race in the race village. And we're right now down at the start in Larks, watching the expressions, and there's a good mood down there on the trails. Dario, it looks like there's a buoyant mood, even though they're midway through a mountain bike stage race, a very challenging mountain bike stage race. Good mood down on the trails, Dario. So there's a multinational pairing. We can see their Norwegian pairing about to begin on their 63-kilometer ride on the trails today, and no doubt looking forward to some a beer at the race village later, and they'll also be stopping off at the Waterpoint nutrition stations, just refueling. Very important aspect of mountain bike stage racing is to be refueling. We would have heard yesterday and the day before Carl Platt talking about refueling. Very important that the riders start eating really early on in the stage, because the riders are not only eating for and drinking for the stage today, they'll be eating and drinking for tomorrow. That's the motto of mountain bike stage racing. In fact, any stage racing is to keep fueled, and to keep fueled early, because once you run out of energy, that's pretty much it. It's very hard to come back from that. So the experienced campaigners will be spending, even in the first half an hour, they'll be taking on a gel, taking on a bar or something like that, just so that they can keep themselves refueled, and they can enjoy the trails tomorrow. Even if the riders at the back of the field, they might not be racing for top honors, they might not be racing for those Chivita leaders jerseys, but they will be wanting to really experience the most out of the trails, the most beautiful trails of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. We're going to be taking a look back at the highlights of Stage 2. Those who've been tuning in over this week will remember. This is a reminder of what we saw over the last couple of days, and in fact, specifically yesterday.
A wild Wednesday for Stage 2, the SPAR Swiss Epic Graubünden, Arosa to Lux. We are going west, 79 kilometers, 2,600 up, but 3,150 meters down, down, down.
Yeah, the scenery here is amazing. We have 3 super destinations. So we leave today Arosa with a lot of beautiful trails, and then we go to Lenzerheide and down to Chur, and it's amazing there.
It's been a wonderful day today, Stage 2. We had heaps of fun riding down. I hope the technical level and the fun from the descent stays the same as is. We know that there's a lot of climbing coming, but as long as the trails are as rewarding as they were today, and the view is as stellar, and the volunteers are just doing an awesome job, there can't be anything going wrong.
It's very, 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 very tough. Today I had a very rough day. There's never a free second. You always have to concentrate, you always have to pedal. It's always hard. Yes, it is beautiful, but damn, it's hard.
And welcome back. We're live with the ladies teams, the women's teams, and right now we're still seeing pretty much all together now the three main contenders. And right in front, we'll be able to see the orange sleeves. There's the orange leaders jersey, the Chivita leaders jerseys of the pretty much the dominant team. That is Bettina Janus and Adele Morath. Adele Morath, an experienced cross-country rider and experienced marathoner. She's had great success at the Absa Cape Epic. Having placed second, it's her best finish, and looking to cement her position and to keep that dominance in the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. And riding with Bettina Janus, they'll be looking to cement that lead of over 12 minutes. And we're live now with Thomas Ditch, who will be following the women's teams throughout the race. We'll be getting a rider's eye view, and in front of us we can see the pairing of Kim Lecourt and Vera Loza. Loza, the Namibian, and Kim Lecourt, the Mauritius rider from Mauritius, sporting the flags from the country of Mauritius. An exciting pairing. They were going to be riding the Absa Cape Epic together, but due to illness, that pairing was disbanded. So looking to make good after a disappointing visit to South Africa, unfortunately for the Namibian, unable to participate. But really having a good race at the 2022 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. So Dario, we're keen to know, or keen to get some info from the rider's point of view, from the e-bikes. Are you in touch with Thomas Ditch, Dario?
Yes, I tried to talk to Thomas Ditch. Thomas, can you hear me at the moment?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dario. Hello.
Yeah, perfect. You're right in front with the ladies now. So is there already a leading team, or is it all together?
No, it's three teams together now for the women category. It was a small gap in the first uphill, but then we took a technical downhill in the forest. Was really slippery. It was straight, no corner, nothing, but straight and slippery with some roots, mud, and go with his partner, come back on the front group, and now they are three teams together.
So it was quite slippery in the forest now on these routes. Now you're up in Fidaz, I guess. So not a bit of climbing at the moment.
Yeah, it's climbing, but really the first downhill was really slippery. It was like riding on the ice. But yeah, slippery. You have to really take care, looking for your front wheel, rear wheels, and really to find a good balance on your bike.
Yeah. Do you think the riders, they changed something in the setup? Because not that much air pressure because of more grip for today's stage?
Yeah, it's possible. I think it's good to have less pressure today in the tires. Yesterday was good to keep the normal setup, but for today it's better to have better grip with less pressure, perhaps 1.2, 1.3 pressure in the front and rear tire.
Did they change the tires from normal tires to Rhein tires or intermediate or something like that? Or you think they're riding the same tires during the whole week?
I think perhaps not all riders will change, but some rider will change for a better grip, but better tire with a more aggressive tires. Not better tire, but more aggressive, more large. Normally they ride with 2.25 tires, 29er for sure. But for today, perhaps they ride with 2.3 or 2.35.
Okay, so
but
how's
looks
the
like
weather?
for women. Yeah, sorry.
Is it fresh or is it already a bit warmer?
Well,
It looks a bit fresh at the moment.
No, honestly, on the climb, it's it's warm. Even on the e-bike, the pace is good and fast, and
Okay.
yeah, it's you don't feel the cold, especially on the climb.
Yeah, you are wearing too much this morning, not?
We took everything.
No, thank you. Back to Neil.
Great to hear from the rider's point of view, from the Bulls e-bike, Thomas Ditch, and really it looks fresh to us, and good to hear exactly what the conditions are like on the ground. And we're still seeing the women's team, the top three women's teams overall, all together now. These are the three emerging teams who look like they're going to be dominating the race in the 2022 edition. That's the Davos Clusters women in the lead in the orange Chiavita leaders jerseys, and closely followed, 12 minutes back, are the MTB Pro merchandising team, Chingolani, and that's Yanina Wust and Deborah Piana. And very close back, in fact, almost within a few seconds of each other, the second and third teams, and Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt close behind. So probably a big battle between the second and third place teams. Now we're on the left-hand screen there with the men, and Dario, you're in touch with Carl on the e-bike there behind the men's fields. Dario, what's the mood down there with Carl Platt and the front men's group?
Yeah, it looks really fast at the top of the men's group. So Carl, can you still follow him?
Yes, I'm still following. It was really fast from the start. The Singer guys and Daniel Geismeier, they took over the lead, and then they controlled the pace, but it's really high. There are only about 6-7 teams left. All the others they got already a big gap on the first climb, but now a little bit and relaxing, not going on 100%. They stepping a little bit back.
Okay, I can see that.
The Trek Pirelli guys look good, Singer guys look good. And today I expect something from Hans. I had a talk, Hans Becking and Jose. I had a talk this morning with these guys, and I said, what are you doing today? And they said, we start slow and give up early. No, I'm joking.
So I just seen Andreen Bailey, our local team, right in front of you, wearing this yellow helmet on his yellow scout bike. So the local teams are in the leading group as well, with Samorit's team and the Laax team.
Exactly, I see Andreen. They got so much bad luck the last 2 days, and today I see he put his number 30 the other way around. I hope they have more luck today.
So that's probably they had two flat tires. They had a flat tire in Arosa on the first stage. They had a flat tire yesterday, and they've been in contact with the leaders all the time around 5th place. Now, it looks good. So we heard something from Thomas, this first downhill. That one was really slippery, not?
Yes, it was really slippery, the first downhill, but still, I think I heard you've been talking about tire pressures, or maybe put other tires on. Yeah, probably they reduce a little bit air pressure in the tire, that they can have a little more grip in these wet conditions. So, but everyone came down nicely, no major problems. I mean, these are professional riders. They know how to handle it.
Okay, so it's really great to see. So this Villiers Pirelli factory racing in this group, the team St. Moritz Singer racing team, the two Buff Megano teams, Lux, the KTM Alchemists are in this leading group.
Exactly. Now I try to catch up a little bit to show you the guys, all the lineup. Here's Martin Frey, Hans Becking, Fabian Rabensteiner, he looks good. Daniel Geismeier, Jose Diaz, and in front, Simon Schibian is pushing.
Okay, as they were pushing yesterday, so thank you, Karl. And we're going back to Neil.
Exciting to see the top riders battling it out, and the position of the yellow Ciavita jersey holders, that they're definitely looking like they're defending. They're not attacking today, and just the tactics of the yellow jersey wearers interesting. It's what we expected. We expect that once the yellow jersey, once the riders, the leading team are in the lead, they will look to defend that lead rather than to attack. They, overall, they have a 5-minute lead over the Singer racing team of Martin Frey and Simon Stiebjan, which is, you could say, a comfortable lead. But if anything does go wrong, if they do have an off day, that 5 minutes advantage can be wiped out very quickly, especially with the depth of the field we're seeing today. We heard from Carl Platt, we've seen 7 lead teams up front. And the pace is pretty fierce, but we've got still a long way to go. We've still got to reach the 20-kilometer mark is still to come, and we'll be looking to see exactly where the teams are and doing a bit of a roll call at that 20-kilometer mark. And we're back with the women's teams, and again we're still seeing this race dynamic play out of the 3 top teams all together. And we're expecting a bit of a move later on from Adele Morath and of course Bettina Janis, her partner. But right now it's all together. Yes, Dario, it looks like at the 25-kilometer mark, or just after the 25-kilometer mark where the Rhine Gorge is, that's where the climb starts. So around about 30 k's into the stage, we're going to be seeing some splits up. Right now, there's no point in any of the teams making a big move because there is still a long way to go. It's about measuring their efforts and, of course, making a move at exactly the right time. So Dario, it's going to be interesting to see exactly where that move happens, but it is clearly too early to make a move for these teams, as is evidenced by the fact that they're all together now. We're back with Carl as he's getting to experience the race on the e-bike and to see and to spectate in the best possible way. He definitely has the best job out of all of us at the moment.
There are 3 leading teams at the women's category at the moment. This is the Mountain Bike Pro merchandising team, the leaders in the general classification, the Falls Cloisters, and the Efficient Infinity Insure team are in the lead. And then on 4th place is already a gap in Fidaz. This is the first point of today's race after 5Ks from 1 minute and 44 seconds. So already a big margin.
We saw passing through there the yellow jerseys preferring to take the lead down the trails. Another tactical decision, and probably that they can, at least when they lead through the trails, that means that they can control the pace, and it means that no rogue teams can escape off the front. Any teams who are likely to want to take some risks on the downhill trails to get a bit of a gap and putting the yellow jersey under pressure. Clever tactical move by the yellow jersey wearers. We're live with Stefan Sama, 3-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic. No doubt enjoying the trails today on his e-bike.
Yes, I can hear you. I was just waiting on the first downhill in the forest, and yeah, it looks like it's all separated. I need to catch up a bit. It's quite quick down, a rough track. The stones in the roots are all slippery. They are going quite a... Yes, exactly. And they're going quite a high pace, despite the conditions. So as Carl said, I mean, they are all professionals. You have some nice sniper routes that take you out. But in general, I think we're super lucky with the weather. Could be really worse.
I'm just checking the weather forecast once more, and yeah, there's probably no rain expecting later on today, so it's going to be worse tomorrow. So there's a lot of rainfall expected for tomorrow. So
that was just a warm up.
Early in the morning, so yeah.
It's a beautiful, one of the iconic features of the race are the Swiss villages that they pass through, and beautiful to see some of the scenery. Then a very steep drop from around about the 12 kilometer mark, 12, 13 kilometer mark.
Down, it's slippery.
And we're hearing from Carl Platt the riders are going super fast on those downhills as they go down to Ilanz.
So we're back in the front. I guess this is Carl Platt. Is there an attack going on or what?
Yeah, there was an attack shortly before the downhill. Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rabensteiner, they tried to get us first in the downhill. And yeah, now they made a little bit of a gap. And yeah, their speed is really high. It was slippery, fast, good fun, even for me.
Good fun even for you. So you're down at the bottom closely at Ilanz, and then this real long climb comes up. So the race is already gone tactical.
It is, yeah. They're always looking for a good spot. Yeah, like I said, they try to be in front in the downhill, just not to lose time or be in a difficult position and have a good overview over the race. It's always important. Yeah.
Actually, I'm a bit surprised that the local riders, they lost control. Normally, it's a big advantage for them. They know the tracks, so they know every rock around here.
But the speed was so high, it was also a question of how good are the legs, and they just couldn't follow. So even if you know the course very well, but you're on the limit, you can't follow.
Okay, thank you very much, Carl Platt, enjoying these beautiful pictures around Ilanz. So first, a short, easy climb up to Fidaz and Ladir, and then the way down to Ilanz. Back to you, Neil.
Well, we're here on the start line. The start riders are seated, and exciting to see that the expressions of the day, having 2 days of racing in their legs, and they'll be looking up at those steep climbs to come in the 63-kilometer route. Just enjoying the rider experience that is on offer at the Swiss Epic. And we saw lining up on the team Stadio, Sean Tamed, and interesting to see. We'd love to have a chat with the pairing on the line that we're seeing now. We'd love to have a chat with them at the end to see how they're enjoying the SPAR Swiss Epic experience and the legendary Swiss hospitality in the race villages of Laax, Davos, and of course Arosa as well, as they set off on their campaign today. Third stage of 5 of the almost the 350-kilometer route of the 2022 Swiss Epic. So the main features of that really we could talk about for ages about the SPAR Swiss Epic is the alpine scenery, and the motto is really is to conquer the Alps. The riders all come to the SPAR Swiss Epic to conquer the Alps, and the alpine scenery is spectacular. And we saw earlier on with the professional riders heading through some of the iconic Swiss villages and some spectacular trails, steep downhill trails, heading through this beautiful experience for the riders as they take on this challenging route with over 11,000 meters of climbing, and the pros and the amateurs alike enjoy the camaraderie, and in fact it's a unique experience for the riders to be sometimes having dinner in the same race village as the professional riders, some of the legends of the sport. We get a chance. We're back with the top professional riders. We saw earlier just a little bit on edge. Dario, it seems that down in the stage, around about heading for the 20-kilometer mark, it seems like the racing is pretty fierce, judging by the sketchiness of that downhill.
In the front, so it's still slippery down there, and the pace is unbelievably high on that downhill.
It gets a little more slippery now, and the speed gets higher. Someone is pushing. Maybe the singer guys, I can't see. I need to concentrate myself.
But the good thing is you can ride and talk, I know.
Exactly.
You can do everything and talk. So
yeah, but it's really fun to ride behind these guys. I mean, the skills are so nice. Even when they slip, they're still under control, and it's really smooth riding, fast and smooth.
Okay. So who's in the front now? Is it the leaders group with Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rabenstein? Is that in that pace that
there
high?
Are 3 teams. There are 3 teams in front. It's Daniel Geismeier, Fabian Rabensteiner, and the singer guys. And now behind Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. So 3 guys. Oh, at the 3. I hope you still can hear
Okay,
me.
yeah, beautiful trails down here. And then, yeah, as you said before, Neil, then they have to climb up into this mountain scenery. First, they pass by at the Rhine Gorge, and this is amazing to watch. So we will have some real nice pictures there. There's even a trail going through the Rhine Gorge. And, yeah, today we just passed by and enjoyed this beautiful uphill to Sagoin and then back up to Flims. We passed by at the Cauma See, one of the most iconic lake up here, and then another real long climb is following. So it's 2,200 meters of climbing today. Whoa.
We're just right now with Carl Platt with the camera on board, and we're behind the Buff Megamo team. They're contenders of the race and the 2022 Swiss Epic. They haven't had the perfect race run yet, and normally we're expecting to see them come good in the latter half of the race, and that of course is today. They're running out of time. There's only 5 days for them to make a mark on the race, and they've got their work cut out for them with the leaders at the moment, Daniel Gersmeyer and Rabensteiner, firmly in that leader's jersey. They'll need to make an impact. Really, today is their day, and of course tomorrow is a longer day. But the pressure is on them really to put the leaders to the sword. Exciting now. We're watching the racing in full force. This is where it really happens, and we're back to the women's race, and it looks like there's a bit of a move there up with Adalma Roth and the...
Yeah, we tried to catch up with Stefan. You're with the leaders, so ladies.
With the leading
It's
women.
Thomas.
I am
It's
with the
Thomas.
ladies.
So Thomas, bonjour. You're with the leaders with the women's now, but only 2 teams are left. Is that right?
It's one team in front of me. The second team for the women category just behind around 20 seconds. Yeah, it's 20 seconds behind me, second team. I'm with the leading team, Davos Cluster teams. And yeah, small gap already, 20 seconds. And
they just overtook the Grandmasters team, Thomas Stoll and Danny Schneider, is that right?
Exactly, that's right.
Okay, so these are the leading ladies, and Adelheid Morat is setting the pace again. So was she leading all the time as she did the days before?
It was a little bit strange from the beginning. Nobody want to pass in front, and now it's clear they want to push more and to go away. And it's what they are. It's now, if you can see, yeah, it's around 20 seconds. Second team is around 20 seconds behind me.
Okay,
yeah. Now they want to make a gap.
Yeah, they really want to make a gap. So this is the attack of Adelheid Morat and the team to force closest. They wanna ride into closest tomorrow with the leaders jersey. So Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat, and you can see they catch him out team by team.
Nice one.
We're back to the men's category race. It seems like now on the tar section we're going to be just getting a bit of a recount of heads as to who's still in the front group right now. And Dario, would be keen to hear from Carl with the leaders exactly what does the race look like at the moment in the men's category?
Yeah, the interesting thing at the moment is I can see Andrin Bailey in front of him. So the group is getting bigger now in the flat part of Ilanz. So we're in Ilanz now. Am I right? The riders came back, Carl.
Exactly, like you expected. He knows the trails very well here. And he came back downhill. So he was smashing it really.
So this part here, normally it's perfect to relax a bit, but now the pace is still very, very high.
It's very high. We're doing about 50k an hour. So even for me on my bike, it's very fast. It's very fast. Let me see who is pushing. It's Simon. We are pushing. Let me check.
So Andrin Bailey is always having a look over his shoulder, so he's missing his teammate Franz Klaas. So yeah, that's the thing. So the gap between these two teammates should not be bigger than 2 minutes. And it looks like they're coming to a food station. So that's probably the part where Andrin Bailey can grab all the drinks and everything for his teammate Franz Klaas, and Franz can ride through. And so the bunch will come together. This is the battery change at the food station with Karl Platz. This is Stefan with the blue backpack. So they have to change battery at every water station. Otherwise, they can't follow the riders.
Okay, ready to go. Oh. Okay,
so we see our two Bulls e-bike riders wearing the blue backpack, the water-resistant backpack. This is Stefan Sam. So they turned on the e-Bulls e-bike machine and tried to catch up with the leaders now. Setting the pace high as well. So they won together at the Cape Epic a few years ago, and they're riding together here. The SPAR Swiss Epic as a team now. Looks good, Neil, not?
Well, it certainly reminds me of the old days of watching this pairing racing together. We've seen them successfully campaigning at the Absa Cape Epic. They've won 3 stages together, and they're pretty much on full gas right now, with the assistance of Stefan would tell us how many extra watts that e-bike would give him, but we're guessing 250, 300 extra watts will make a difference and help them catch up.
Yeah, exactly. It's 250 watts in average, but peak power is much higher, but only for a short time.
So now you are going full gas because you have to catch up.
Exactly, now we also have to breathe. But this is fun.
This is good fun. So Karl Platt is
Okay,
overtaken.
but we can already see the guys in front.
Okay. So don't forget, there was something going on yesterday on our YouTube channel. You still can ask us questions, and we try to answer them. So this competition, don't forget about the e-bike uphill competition in Davos, huh, guys?
Yes.
Save your energy. Save your energy. Yeah.
Okay,
So the question.
To the front group, back again, pretty much.
So there's already a voting on our YouTube channel, Epic Series. So who will win today's stage in the men's race? Is it Vilja Pirelli Factory, the Singer Racing Factory team, or KTM Alchemist, or the Buff Megano 1 or 2? So who's your favorite, Kyle, today?
Oof. Difficult to say. The 3 teams in front who made a gap, they look very comfy. Maybe Hans, Becking and Jose, because they've been off pace the last days, and maybe they're looking for a stage win. So, but also Simon Stibian is pushing hard. He loves the weather. I think when he woke up this morning, he was laughing all over his face because he loves the rain and the cold conditions, the slippery. It's his terrain. Yeah, and maybe the Trek Pirelli say, okay, we save some energy today and keep it a little bit calm, because tomorrow is another big stage coming up, and just saving their energy.
So at the moment, the riders are down in Ilanz. It's pretty close to the Rhine at the moment. Now they're moving over to Sargoyen. So this is the Red-Romanish part of Switzerland. So a native language spoken up here. And later on, we're following the Via Romancia. So then it's time for Karl, Stefan and Thomas to learn some proper Red-Romanish from me. So now they're moving up to Sargoyen. It's close to the Rhine, and yeah, the real steep uphill is following soon.
Well, the race is already starting to take shape, and certainly in the men's category, as we've seen that the first service station, that's at the 20-kilometer mark, and Willier Pirelli Factory passed through there. That's Rabenstein and Gesmeier, the leaders in the Civita yellow jerseys, and they passed through that section with Singer Racing and Buff Megamo all together, the top 3 teams together, with the 4th team, the St. Moritz team of Brian Dunn and Vincent Dawn, together with Team Larks and KTM Alchemist Attitude, a little bit falling down the field there, Churchill and Tronconi. Losing a bit of touch with the leaders there. So it's 3 teams, Willier Pirelli Factory, Singer Racing Team and Buff Megamo together, with St. Moritz, Larks and KTM Alchemist and Attitude, the second group. And Buff Megamo 2, that's Dreschu and Marcelo Vergara, they are at 47 seconds back at that station. But the riders will be grouping together. The station, the water stations, the refueling stations do have an effect on the race, an effect on the accordion nature of the field, of the peloton, you could call it, where everything seems to group together. Some riders take a little bit longer, some riders take a bit of a risk and refuel really quickly, perhaps don't take as much on board as they could, but just using that opportunity, that stop, to close that gap. And effectively neutralizing any attacks. Any moves earlier on in the stage have been more or less neutralized, and the top 7 teams are present and correct. And a roll call there would be Willier Pirelli Factory looking dominant with Singer Racing Team, Buff Megamo, St. Moritz, Larks, KTM Alchemist Attitude, Buff Megamo 2. That's the backup team of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, all in that front group, the 7 teams.
So at the moment we can see that team St. Moritz is back in this leading bunch on the right-hand side. This is place number 5 in the classification overall. This is Vertrieb Barandun. And we're live with Stefan at the front of the race. It's Daniel Geismeier setting the pace.
Exactly. It's just a short uphill through the town, through Rhein, and going right up steep.
So this is
but
exactly
the bunch
where
is pretty much all together still.
Yeah, and we can see once again Drimbele in front of. This is where he grew up actually. So this is his hometown. This is his home area. He's living right up there. So he knows probably every flower by the name. So that's why he went early into this this short, steep uphill.
I don't know if you can see it, but this is so steep. It's pretty much 25% gradient on a grassy, slippery uphill just through town, and now it's like a stairway to heaven.
Yes, and the heaven is up here in Flips.
So my computer says 22% gradient.
And amazing, these guys are doing that climb with ease, so it all looks good. So all together now, once again. So the first teams they're already in this long climb up to Flims, but there are gonna be a few short downhills as well in between. Do the riders check the trail every morning so they exactly know where a downhill, where an uphill is, or yeah, just by surprise?
Oh, shame.
Yeah, but you can't plan a race exactly because it's there are other contenders as well, and they probably yeah.
No, you can really plan the race for yourself. But normally there's other guys that also have plans. So,
yeah, and other plans.
And those don't match normally.
So exactly. So for the first time this year, the riders are getting the GPS files of the rides. So even more time for them to check today's race course. And today is a real nice stage around Flims, only 63. It's not only, it's still enough, and 2,200 meters of climbing. Thank you, Stefan.
Pleasure.
Great to hear the insight from the rider's point of view from Stefan Sam. He, of course, has been a former top professional in the race, and really fascinating to hear exactly what's going on the ground. And still 7 teams very much in contention, although a bit of a gap starting to develop that we're seeing right there, and keen to know exactly what's happening in the field. It looks like the pace has been really high. We saw the gradients, and just judging by the speed on that little ascent there, that has been a bit of a split in the field, and this is really telling as to which riders are really on form at the 2022 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and no doubt the riders will be taking advantage of this little downhill sections just to take a couple of risks to get back in touch with that leading group. And Willier Pirelli Factory looks like they are still on a good week, dominating the stage with the Singer Racing team.
So we're on course It's with Karl Platt. You're with team Sankt Moritz. That's Fadri, right in front of you, not? He's probably too concentrated on this downhill.
I think Carl's slipping and sliding around, so he's probably too concentrated to talk.
No, I can
Okay,
hear
good.
right. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, it's a quite slippery downhill again. So completely different conditions to yesterday. So you have to concentrate a little bit because there are some really wet routes, and then it's left, right. You have to look ahead a lot.
Exactly. So there are some questions coming in through our YouTube channel. Use the chat function, ask us some questions. Beneke from Germany asks us, Trittfrequenz bei diesem Gefälle. Yeah, that means frequency, pedaling frequency, but probably not about the downhill. She thinks about the uphill, I guess. So, yeah. So
I would say it's it always quite high because you need to keep your momentum. It's between 75 and 95, I would say.
So what's the best, or is every rider doing his own thing?
Yeah, I think so. The one rider is more powerful. He likes the bigger gears. Like yesterday or the first day I saw is Adlai Morat. Adlai is pushing bigger gears, and Bettina was pushing smaller gears. Also with the men, some are powerful. They like to push gears, bigger gears, and some just like be more on frequency.
So can you train that? Because if you ride in if you're pushing bigger gears, the bike gets a bit more stable, or
it just depends on your body. Sure, you can train higher cadence. I mean, we know it from the road racing that some people they go crazy with cadence. It saves for sure your legs, but some are just powerful, right? And they stick to it. Some riders they can't learn it to go on cadence, and so I think it's really a personal thing.
So is it different for you to ride the e-bike? Because the cadence on the e-bike and on a proper bike is something quite different, not?
Sometimes I go really high cadence, even on the e-bike, but sometimes, I just keep it rolling when I get a bit tired or just want to or relax a little bit on the climbs. I go a little bit deeper.
Yeah, that's a mistake that a lot of e-bike riders are doing. They're going low cadence, but normally the motors are working the best around 70-80 cadence on the bike. So we're still in the middle with Karl Platt. That was a short east downhill. Now the riders are using this single trail in between. Then they soon they go back onto the gravel road for the next uphill. So this is still
looks like they'll be rejoining the pace. We've watched some of the top teams. Right now we're with the very front of the race right now, and we can see right just up ahead we see the Willier Peretti factory team. That's Ravensteiner and Gersmeyer driving the pace, and Singer Racing team also in close attendance, and the Bach Megamo pairing as well. That's Hans Becky and Jose Diaz, the team that have done so well over the last couple of years in mountain bike stage racing, really specializing in the sport as this discipline of the sport of mountain biking is growing, with Fadri Barendun and Vincent Dawn just suffering a little bit off with the incredibly fierce pace, with KTM Alchemist right here in the foreground. We can see KTM Alchemist in attitude. That's Hirschi and Tronconi. Right on the pace, number 16 is the Italian Martina Tronconi, and doing very well to stay with the very front of the race. Just a bit of a gap to the chasing teams, and we saw just how much on the limit the riders were with these very steep ups and downs, a very challenging section of the race where the riders will be going up a sense of sometimes 25, perhaps even more percent gradient, and then suddenly having to go down again, then up and then down, and slippery, and having to dismount even in certain sections because of the lack of grip on the trails. A big challenge and a bit of a disruption of the rhythm if the riders have to get off and push. And of course, when the race accordions a little bit, like I said, does play into the hands of the chasing teams, where there's a little bit of a lull in the pace, where there is a not bottleneck, but just a bit of a slowing down of a technical section. There'll be a tight corner like that where there'll be a bit of a pause, and that does create the accordion effect, which is definitely gives the chasing teams a little bit of a breather space, a little bit of a time to catch up and to stay in touch with that leading group of 7 teams. Beautiful trails here. We're seeing the riders all around the world will be tuning in and being highly envious of even the top professionals whose job it is to be racing at the very front, envious of these beautiful trails as they head through the Rhine Gorge. Around about the 25 kilometer mark, we'll get an update on exactly how many kilometers to go from the e-bikes. They will have the kilometers counting down on their bike computers, passing through the Rhine Gorge and then heading up towards the highest point in the race at almost 2,000 meters before that famous Runca Trail. Around about, let's guess at around about 40 Ks, 35, 40 Ks to go at this point in the race. And Dario will tell us a little bit more. He'll be in touch with the e-bikes just to get a little bit more of really the on-the-ground information. But right now, it's still 6 or 7 teams very much in the men's category. That's all to play for. And back in the women's, we saw the breakaway of the leading team, and that's led pretty much most of the way by Adele Morath. She's definitely the dominant partner in that pairing, and setting the pace. The experienced campaigner in mountain biking. But right now, we're still with the men and watching this race unfold, and the most beautiful scenery in the Alps, in the fantastic, spectacular region of Graubünden. In the Larks area, around the town of Larks, today is a clockwise course, more or less the shape of a peanut, and not quite a figure of 8 course. They don't double back on the course. They will be doing a route that takes advantage of the best trails of the area, and the course designers have been busy all year designing the course, and the route every year changes. It's a new route every year at the SPAR Swiss Epic, and the course designers have certainly outdone themselves this year with some beautiful trails in the Graubünden region. And Dario, we're keen to know anything more from the e-bikes, what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, what's happening on the ground right now? The riders are in one of my favorite downhills now up here. So the course designers made a real nice job. It's Karl in the front, not? Stefan. So Stefan, you're enjoying this trail down into this easy house. Yeah, exactly. The bridge is really slippery. Take care.
Yeah. There's some wooden bridges that are pretty, but it's still okay conditions to ride. We're going down some steps now.
Yeah, it's now a little steep part now.
Exactly.
They already can. Yeah. So, after another 200 meters, there's a short bridge coming, so probably everybody is together there. So, how's the situation?
No, I think so. It's not super stressy. Of course, everyone tries to be in front in the downhills, but so like the rubber band, it opens up, but comes back together every now and then. And riders need to focus and concentrate. But I think everything is still pretty much close together, and the conditions are changing so quick. Like some parts are still kind of dry because the soil is already open from the other riders, and some routes are so wet and slippery and take you out. We now have a compulsory portage where riders have to dismount. We walk over that structure like
look onto the left side. Look onto the left side. This is amazing, the scenery there. Okay, good.
While to the left, I crash down.
Yes. Perfect. So, sorry. So you're right in the middle of the race. No time for sightseeing with the leaders. Exactly. So we're going back to Thomas with the ladies. The situation, it's still the same. It's team Davos Klosters in the lead and they're right in the middle of men competitors.
No, it's a big, small change. Merchandising racing team is in front, just in front of me. You can see perhaps.
Right now, it's the MTB Pro merchandising team. It's Janine West and Deborah Priana. Am I right?
Exactly. And then just behind, it's Davos Clusters teams. Yeah, it's two teams in front of the race. And behind, around 30 seconds, it's Team Lacour and his teammate.
Genau, Vera Loser and Kim Lacour a bit in the back. So that's a bit of a surprise. So for the first time in this year's SPAR Swiss Epic, Janina Wüst and Deborah Piana are setting the pace, and it's not Adelheid Morat.
Yeah, it was a little gap in front of, in top of the hill, and then they were coming back in the downhill, and then now they are leading the small group. Leading the race.
So probably this morning the riders made about 130 kilometers already, and I think that Adelheid Morat was 120 kilometers in the lead. So, but they're all looking good. So they're not in troubles or something like that. Adelheid and her teammate Bettina.
No, they are all looking good. Really looking good.
Perfect. So thank you. Back to Neil.
It's good to see the race unfolding in the women's category. It's close and all to play for with Janina Wüst and Deborah Piana. Putting the Davos Klosters women to the sword, it is really the prerogative of the leaders of in the Ciavita leaders jerseys, the orange jerseys, to defend. They don't have to attack today. They can sit back and defend, passing on the obligation, you could say, of the challenging team to attack, and the MTB Pro merchandising team, Chingolani, would be looking to really chip into that lead. It's over a 12-minute lead that the Davos Klosters women have over them. And just having a look at the time checks at that 20-kilometer mark at the service station 1, we saw the top two teams that we've just been speaking about, MTB Pro Merchandising and Davos Klosters. They passed through just over an hour in the race time, an hour and 3 minutes of racing. They passed through the 20-kilometer mark, and about 43 seconds back was the Efficient Infinity Insure Rare Street Coffee team of Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt. And no doubt still in touch, but they might have used a little bit of time at that station to just try and eat into that gap. And 42 seconds is not a lot of time. They'll be hopefully be able to close that gap, taking perhaps a bit of a risk on those trails we saw the men ride through, that steep downhill section, and of course they still have those challenging ups and downs to go, and time will tell as to whether they are able to close the gap on those front two teams, the Namibian and the Mauritian rider of Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt. Right now we're watching the top two women's teams, Wüst, Piana, Ganas and Morath. setting the pace for the day in the women's category, and it'll be interesting to see where the move actually happens. We saw a little bit of a gap develop early on, perhaps just riders stretching their legs, not necessarily an indication of who's on form and who isn't, but it's clear that Adalma Rath is letting the Italian and the Swiss rider Wursten Piana set the pace, and they are in defense mode with over a 12-minute advantage. They can afford this position right now, and definitely will be looking to stay very much in contact and leaving it up to them to attack. It's passing through some of the most spectacular scenery in the valley, and they are going to be heading up through the Rhine gorge from the 20-kilometer mark, and will be met with some steep climbing in the next few kilometers as they pass some of the men's teams. Just indicative of how strong these women really are, absolutely going, riding almost to their threshold. It doesn't look like they're riding full gas, but they'll be keeping their efforts measured, hopefully not, for their sake, not going too hard, not to blow themselves up, but they'll be wanting to keep that gap and reduce their rivals at the front, keep that gap back to Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. It's all part of the tactics of mountain bike team stage racing, where they want to just take advantage where they can, use the advantage, and of course any gap puts the chasing team on the back foot and just a little bit of extra pressure on them. Adalma Rath clearly taking a different approach to today. We saw in the last 2 days her on the front pretty much 99% of the time, setting the pace, putting the pressure, and really hitting those, punching first, they say in a street fight, always a good idea to punch first, and she certainly took that to heart, making the early impacts felt in the race and building up that 12-minute lead. So they are in a luxurious position right now, a decadent position of being able to just sit back and relax, although we just saw her go to the front now on the steep section, perhaps just wanting to control the pace, just keep the pace honest and reduce their rivals to one team only. She felt just at that point that there was a bit of a lull, and she wanted to keep the pace high, keep everyone honest, and keep people on, keep the pressure on to make sure that they could maintain that position of the top spot and their 12-minute advantage. It's all about tactics as well as psychological tactics too, is to show the dominant team. It's always a good idea for them to be clear about who the top riders are, and making the challenging teams really feel it. It's as much of a mental game as it is a physical game. And Dario, we're keen to know what the pace is like from the e-bikes. Are you in touch with Thomas Ditch at the moment?
Yeah, Thomas Ditch is with the leading ladies, and so who's setting the pace? It looks like Adelheid Morad is setting the pace once again.
Yeah, exactly. The Davos Clusters team is making the pace in front in this really, really steep climb. I mean, we are to 20-25% gradient, really hard climb. The speed is 6 kilometers per hour. It's really steep, and you can. Yeah.
So they're probably a bit faster than some of the men's teams in this uphill, so they have to go a bit away
yeah, we catch a lot of. Yeah, we catch many men team actually. Again, one in just like 5 meters in front of us, and we just passed two men team just before this uphill, like 500 meters ago. Yeah, they are faster than men.
So how do the girls handle a situation like this? Just scream or what to do? There's no leading motorbike in front of them.
Yeah, I saw one of the girls. She has a ring on the handlebar, just to show that she's just behind.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And for sure, men, they just give the place, and they know that it's the leading jersey woman. Then yeah, it's clever that they need to give the place.
Okay, when I move, you move. Get off the way.
Yeah.
That it works. So great. Thank you very much, Thomas. Yeah, it's still really steep, this climb. It's just pretty close to to the road up to Lax from Sagoin, but you can see on the left-hand side. But it's a real nice single trail, and the ladies are dropping into this fast downhill a bit later on, and the men's, they're already on the uphill back to Flims along the beautiful Rhine Gorge.
We can see there just a loss of traction, a very tricky section of the race for the riders to keep traction, and as much as it is just a huge all-out effort, and you can just see there in the bottom corner if you can catch a glimpse of the speed that Thomas Ditch is riding, and it's in the single digits. We saw the speeds of 6 kilometers an hour, 7 kilometers an hour on those trails, and that's, we could say it's almost walking pace, but just a testimony to how hard these riders are riding. They'll be putting out maximum watts, and that is only good for 6 kilometers an hour, which means it is very steep and very challenging. And of course, at those speeds and with the gearing that the riders have on their bikes, it will be a big challenge to keep that traction. And of course, it breaks the rhythm when you have to put a foot down. No harm done though, there is still no gap. The Dalmarath on the front, keeping the pace high. Very important that the two riders stay in touch with the Dalmarath and Bettina Janis. The Dalmarath, of course, having placed multiple German champion in cross country and of course the marathon discipline, and Bettina Janis having a former winner of the Swiss Epic in 2019, in fact, and exciting rider, exciting team, and really exciting for the Italian and the Swiss rider to be in touch with this decorated team, Janina Vost and Deborah Piana, riding beyond themselves to stay in touch with a world-class Davos Clusters women team. We're still experiencing those trails. We saw the men tear through this section, and no exception for the women, going full gas and keeping their advantage over the team of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. We haven't heard exactly how far back they are on the course. We'll be looking at those time checks very carefully to see if they have managed to stay in touch, to keep that gap as small as possible and hopefully get a chance to catch up. They are going to be experiencing a big climb to come, and that second water point after the 40-kilometer mark, that's when we'll know exactly what their progress has been. But still all to play for between these two teams. But a Dalmarath not giving them 1 inch, making sure the pace is kept high, and no doubt at some point we'll look at some kind of attack and some kind of move from either one of these two teams, and no prizes for guessing that it will most likely will be before that Runca Trail. Once the riders reach the Runca Trail, it'll be, barring incident, it'll be more or less if they reach the top together, if they're able to navigate the trails safely, they will be likely to reach the finish in Larks together.
Mark,
so it's all up to the team, the defending team, to defend their race lead. But if the challenging team on the day of Bettini, of Janina Vost and Deborah Piana, if they want to have a chance at winning stage today and perhaps putting a bit of advantage over Davos Clusters, they'll want to reach that peak just before the Runca Trail, at least in the lead or with a bit of a gap on the leaders of the race so far, the overall general classification leaders. Daria, we've got some visuals on the men's teams right now. We see we're live with Thomas and Carl, and we can see just a glimpse of the race. The field seems to have thinned out a bit. Do you have contact with Carl and Stefan on the e-bikes in the men's category?
Yeah, we try to have contact. So I'm looking for Karl Platt. This is Planet Lux calling Karl Platt. Can you hear me?
Hello, Master. Yeah, I just had a talk with Hans. He says 400 watts plus all the time. And, oh, now it's look in front. They're going.
So it's in full attack mode at the moment. You're on the gravel uphill now, up to Flims, and it's going to be a long one. So it's 20 minutes for sure, this uphill. And who's in the attack mode at the moment?
It's Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier, but the other guys, they were really careful and they closed the gap immediately. So, yeah, they're really on fire. Speaking and Jose Diaz, I think they really want the stage win today. And so, yeah, they're riding very careful. And
Yeah,
Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, yeah. And
Yeah.
when I had to talk to him, 400 watts, he still could breathe and talk normally. So,
Unbelievable.
I'm excited to see what they're doing today.
So what's the average watt? What's the normal watts they're pushing? So 400 watt, that's really high.
Yeah, that's 400 really high. And I don't know if they're pushing between 370 and 420. So really high speed, good shape. Yeah, it's nearly impossible if you don't have an e-bike to stay on the wheel.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Kyle. We lost a bit of connection with you because we're right close to the Rhine Gorge. It's a very narrow place, and we're right in the middle of this deep, deep forest. So we're with Stefan right at the front, and there's Villa Pirelli Factory Racing and Buff Megano in the lead. A small gap to the second contenders, to the second group. That must be the Singer Racing team with just a small gap to this one, but they're closing the gap at the moment. Carl, it's stop and go situation now.
It's a little bit cat and mouse game. So when they accelerate in front, I think Simon Stiebe and Martin Frey, the Singer guys, they just go their own speed, a good pace, not to overtake it. So like the guys in front can't really accelerate, so they have a little gap, but holding it.
Yeah, Martin Frey and Simon Stiebe, the Singer Racing team catching up. I know this uphill, so the pace is incredible high at the moment, and it's not flat. It's always some steep parts in between. Within the next few hundred meters, they're coming to a flatter part, and this part here, it's quite steep enough to push real hard.
It is enough, and we're doing about 15 to 17k and up. If you can imagine, this is really
Wow, yeah, I can imagine. So can you tell us something about your local teams? Do you know where Team St. Moritz and Team Laax is at the moment?
Yeah, Team Laax is just shortly behind us, maybe a minute. So they can fight for 4th or 5th place, and there's the group of 3 going, and the Team Davos is a little bit more behind. So they lost a bit contact.
Yeah, the Team St. Moritz was in Sagoin at kilometer 25. They've been on 7th place. They already lost 38 seconds. Team Laax in Sagoin at kilometer 25 on the 5th place. Only 17 seconds behind. We're still at the top. Daniel Geismeier is looking back, checking if the team Buff Megano with Hans Becking and Jose Diaz can still follow them on this uphill. And look at Daniel Geismeier. Unbelievable. He's like Adelheid Morat. So probably over 100 Ks in this year's SPAR Swiss Epic Edition. He was in the lead. Unbelievable.
It's great to see Daniel Geismeier, one of the stars of the sport of mountain bike stage racing, and he certainly found his moment. It's all very well to plan your attack at the right time and to think about the stage beforehand, but in the heat of racing, you have to take your moment. And right now, Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rebensteiner have sensed weakness in the Singer Racing team of Martin Frey and Simon Stiebe. They are highly in tune with not only their own efforts, but they also know exactly what's going on with the other teams. They'll be keeping a close watch on how the other teams are faring. They will be sensing that Hans Becking and Jose Diaz are completely capable of staying with that pace, although they are suffering on the back. But it looks like Villa Pirelli Factory Racing are looking to build on that 5-minute advantage on the Singer Racing team. 5 minutes is not a lot of time in a mountain bike stage race when things, and in fact anything, can go wrong, and they'll be looking to keep that gap at bay. It does make a huge difference, even though it looks like they're right there within touching distance. The steep section of the climb, the Austrian and the Italian are making full use of the steep sections of the trail just to put the German team under pressure, the Singer Racing team under pressure, and it will play a role. But from the Singer Racing team point of view, all they have to really do is just keep their rhythm, keep the pace as high as they possibly can, wait for that slightly flatter section in the course, the 9 kilometer or so climb. Dario will confirm how long this climb is, but by the looks of it, around about 9 kilometers. The first section is really steep, and then it starts to flatten out with some steep sections towards the end, near to the lake, as they head towards the next water point, just after the 40 kilometer mark. And just true professionals, the Singer Racing team, keeping their rhythm, not being tempted to stay with the white-hot pace set by Daniel Gesmeyer, and perhaps measuring their efforts will stand them in good stead later. There is a bit of a growing gap there that they'll be looking to manage as best as possible, or as well as possible, but Willier Pirelli Factory Racing clearly have picked their moment, and they've spotted the moment, and they've seized that moment, looking to put more pressure under Willier Pirelli Factory. Just a quick recap on overall general classification. Willier Pirelli Factory have a 5-minute lead over Singer Racing team, and the team that are with them, riding with the front riders, the front at the moment, the front of the field is Buff Megamo team of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. They are 22 minutes back on overall general classification, so no major threat to Willier Pirelli, but so having them tag along will not be, they won't be too worried about the Willier Pirelli Factory team, are more concerned about Singer Racing.
Singer Racing team, they tried several times within the last few days to catch up with the leaders, with Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rabensteiner. But I think especially Daniel Geismeier, he was so strong in this long uphill. So yeah, it was nearly impossible for the chasers, for the Singer Racing team to follow them.
And Dario, it looks like that Geismeier has been driving that train for a long time today, and certainly
it's unbelievable.
The last few days, it looks like he's been very much in charge of the pace. Is that that's what you've seen for the last few days, or the last 2 days, in fact?
Yeah, that's unbelievable. So especially the first stage in Arosa, we had this real long uphill from Langwies to the Hörnli to and he was always setting the pace and that high. So yeah, unbelievable, like a robot. He was stomping ground. Yeah, unbelievable pace of him, and he was pushing some real watts as well. So as Karl Platz said before, so 400 watts. That's not the first time they're pushing so much. So even on this long climb in Arosa, they're pushing 400 watts.
Well, they're clearly on great form, and in fact, they didn't have we expected a little bit more from them at the Absa Cape Epic. Perhaps they are riding for an all-Italian team, and the Austrian, a new addition to that team. They had a different bike sponsor now, but now sponsored by the Italian bike brand Willier and the Italian tire brand Willier. The team has changed the bike sponsor, as we said, over the last few years, but very much an Italian outfit. And we've seen in the past years in mountain bike stage racing, there are 4 riders in that squad, and they seem to chop and change the partnerships, and a very dynamic relationship they all seem to have, because the riders that are on form seem to pair up, and they're all intercompatible, which is great to see. And clearly this match of Rabenstein and Gesmeyer is working. They had a good chance to test that partnership in April at the 4 Island stage race. They did manage to get onto the podium, and significantly they were behind, in fact, Martin Fry and Simon Stiebjan, and looking to get their revenge. And were 4 Islands mountain bike stage, 5-day stage race, and will be looking to get their revenge on Martin Fry and Simon Stiebjan. We saw some spectacular visuals of the Four Islands stage race. That was it's part of the Epic Series collection of mountain bike stage races, all held in iconic mountain biking regions of the world. And collect them all is the motto of running all of the Epic Series events. And we're back live with the men's category, with all to play for still in stage 3 of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And this is 5-day stage race, day 3, and a route around the Larks region. In the men's category, we have got the riders out front, is the leaders of the stage, in fact of the race right now, in the yellow jerseys, Team Willier Pirelli, and putting the others to the sword, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz pairing of the Buff Megamo team and the Singer Racing team have closed that gap. They've got back in touch with the leaders. They've they've really just held themselves really high and kept the rhythm high and not panicked. Just closed that gap and ridden within themselves so they can get back in touch with the team. But clearly the dominant riders, the fastest climbers of the stage race at the moment, as we see it right now on stage 3 of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, Daniel Gesmeyer has been leading the charge pretty much for the last 3 days. The dominant team and the dominant rider, Singer Racing team, have saved the day. They're back in touch. They've neutralized that move, but they will be looking towards the next climb as they head towards the highest point in the race, the 2,000 meter section. At the moment, they're probably around about 1,200, 1,300 meters in altitude when they reach the peak of this climb, but going to be enjoying just these little rolling sections just to give their legs a little bit of a rest and their cardiovascular systems just a bit of time to recover, to get back in touch and keep that move, or neutralize that move by Daniel Gesmeyer. Gesmeyer certainly sensed weakness with the Singer Racing team. Singer Racing team have had a very good season so far. Martin Fry and Simon Stibjan, formerly of the Bulls squad, the Juggernaut Bulls team, with some really raising some spectacularly strong stage races and garnering plenty of victories for the team. And Fry and Stibjan breaking out on their own for the Singer Racing team and doing their new sponsors proud. But we have seen that there's a little bit of a weakness so far on the race. We've seen them drop off a little bit on the climb, but trying to keep that gap as small as possible. And Dario will be in touch with the e-bikes tracking the race just to get a sense of how fierce that pace really is.
Yeah, so I'm catching up with Karl Platz. So I think the speed is unbelievably high at the moment. It's a flatter part of the uphill, but yeah.
Yeah, we had now we're in the flat part of the mountain. We had a short downhill, and yeah, both Bangalore they're putting some really pressure on, make the guys suffer a lot in the back, and it's like when now it's better to be in the front position, because then you can always push from the corners out and always make a little gap. And the other riders, contenders, must close the gap, and it costs so much energy and power, and you can see it. So, and the Singer team, Simon Stibjan and Martin Fry, they're really struggling now a little bit, and yeah, they're trying to hang in, losing a little bit, coming back. I hope they can stay together.
Yeah, so the time to relax a little bit. This is the short downhill. They made the same track on the different direction yesterday. So on the left-hand side, this is the Cauma, and yeah, the real steep climb is just following. So now from the Cauma through Flims and then up to Startgels, the last uphill. That's gonna be a hard and a real steep one. So the attacks are gonna follow in there. So what do you think at the moment, Karl? Your favorite still Hans Becking and Jose Diaz?
I think so. They've been controlling the race. They've been really relaxed at the beginning. Take some energy, and now when it counts, especially in this moment, they're putting on some really pressure on the guys. And it's a important to make them tired a little bit, and then in the right moment, I think.
So yeah, so let's concentrate on the trail. So the riders are going pretty fast. So some insights about the team Viglia Pirelli Factory Racing Team. They have a teammate living straight up here. So Janis Baumann, the young under-23 cross-country riders. It's a teammate of Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rabensteiner. He posted a picture yesterday, a short movie on Instagram. So he was supporting his teammates on the uphill to Lux. And for sure, he gave them some insights about trails around his hometown. So for sure, Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rabensteiner, yeah, they're really secure with these tips from their teammates Janis Baumann.
And if you've just joined us, we're with the leading men at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, enjoying the beautiful forestry trails, and they'll just been tackling one of the more challenging sections of the route, the steep climb, and a 9-kilometer climb in total, with some ups and downs in between as they head through almost to the halfway point of the stage. And we've seen some fierce moves by Daniel Geismeier and Fabian Rabensteiner, the class of the field, showing their stripes, and of course really showing that they are worthy of that leaders jerseys. They're wearing the yellow leaders jerseys at the moment. The Cheerleader jerseys denoting the best on overall general classification. They have a 5-minute lead over their nearest rivals, the Singer Racing Team. We can see right in front of us right now one of the members of that team, the pairing of Simon Stiepjan and Martin Fry. They have been struggling a little bit. The gaps have been showing a bit of daylight between the teams. And we've got the pairing of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz very close. And that's at the timing points, not the full results, only at the 35-kilometer mark. So we are more or less past the halfway mark. In fact, Buff Megamo team, William Pirelli Factory together, that 4-second gap is it's not really a gap at all. They are together with the Singer Racing Team, the 3 top teams together. And losers of the day, the KTM Alchemist Attitude Team. We've seen good things from them during the week. Cherchi and Tronconi, they have lost 1.5 minutes already on the stage, and there's still quite a bit to go, some challenging sections of the trail to go. And the backup team of Buff Megamo is Buff Megamo 2, Dreshu and Mosula Vergara at riding there with KTM Alchemist. They're riding in support of the team of Becking and Diaz. And now we're with the women's team. And Dario, you'll be able to give us some insight as to what's happening down there on the ground with Thomas Ditch, who is following the top 2 women's teams riding pretty much together. Let's hear from Dario. Let's hear from Thomas.
Yeah, it still looks the same. So these first 2 ladies are still together, and they're still in this long uphill. The first closest team and the team with Janina Würst and Deborah, Piana, So, Thomas, they're looking good.
Yeah, they're looking good. The most closest team is, I think, is stronger, sure, but yeah, Janina and Deborah try to follow as long as possible, and it makes the race really interesting today.
So, but it's still Adelheid Morat in the lead. So the whole uphill, she's leading. So they're not setting the pace a bit higher, Janina Würst and Deborah Piana. They're taking it easy and just try to follow them.
Yeah, she's always leading, but she's taking care to his teammate. She's talking, she talk together, and to don't go too fast to find the good pace, and to don't kill the body today. It's still two stage tomorrow, and then on Saturday, and then it's not the day to give everything today.
Yeah, so that's a real hard stage coming up tomorrow, the Queen stage with over 100 kilometers. Thomas, what do you think? They're taking it a bit easier today just to get, to save some energy for tomorrow.
Yeah, probably it's really important to save energy for tomorrow. Yeah, and for the next 2 days, it's not only tomorrow, it's survive tomorrow and again on Saturday. But yeah, it's important to save energy. And I mean, they can manage to stay in front, don't lose too much energy, and let's see. And also, just as a downhill before, it was they don't take risk in the downhill. It's why the second team is coming back, and it makes yeah, like I say, it makes the race really interesting for the women category today.
So the weather is pretty good at the moment. So it's a mystic scenery up in the forest, not?
It's crazy. It's mystic. It's some clouds and some sun, and but the weather is getting better and better. I mean, where women took out clothes from the start, it was to the start they took some extra jersey, and now they took out, and it's more and more better weather.
So, and the gap to the third team, to the Efficient Infinity Injury team with Vera Rosa and Kim Lacourt is growing. It's already 2 minutes and 9 seconds. So ladies are now at the highest point of this downhill, of this uphill, sorry.
Yeah, I can't see the third team now. Too far away.
So they're too far behind it. Even the sun comes out now, so that's perfect for the second part of today's stage. So there's a short downhill coming for the ladies, and then the long uphill 2-star trail is following. But they're still looking fresh, so nothing happened, no crashes, nothing, Thomas.
Yeah, like you say now, they ask to pass in front, and they try to, the two teams try to work together. Yeah, now Adelaide ask the second team to come in front and to make the pace for this small downhill section. Yeah, they try to work together. It's nice.
Okay. And it's a comfortable situation for the team Tafos Klosters, because they're having a comfort lead. So they're leading over 12 minutes and 36 seconds ahead of the team Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana. That's a comfortable lead in the general classification. So we're back in the village here up in Ilanz. Everything looks pretty good, so everything is well prepared. We already had a few of real strong coffees in the morning. Weather is perfect. Temperature is really easy. We're checking out with Karl. He's at the water station.
I'm currently eating.
That's good. That's good. Eating a banana will always help you. So, Paul, banana still in your mouth? Ah, it's on the left-hand side. So let's have a short food break for Karl.
Yeah. I need a food break, sorry.
Ja, okay, good. Ist nicht anständig, wenn man mit vollem Maul redet, oder, sagen wir. So, okay. So, we're going back to Thomas, to the women's category. They're still in the uphill in Flims, and the men's, they're already in Flims, and moving up to Fidaz now. And then there's just the last part of the uphill coming. So they're coming pretty close now to Lax back again. They're on course since 1 hour and 52 minutes. So probably within the next, let's say about 25 minutes, they're back up here. So, and it's once again, it's Adelheid Morat leading. So, back in the lead together with her teammate, with Bettina Janas. Adelheid Morat was pretty happy yesterday because the downhill went through the bike park in Lenzerheide at the Bike Kingdom, and Adelheid Modded used to race some World Cup cross-country racing in there, and she said yesterday. So I still remember some parts of the trail yesterday, and it was good fun to be back in Lenzert Heide, and that reminds her of her career as a cross-country rider. She stopped cross-country riding just a few years ago, changed over to marathon racing, and as you can see, very successful. She's once again in the lead.
And Daria, I'm sure you'll agree that it's quite phenomenal to be able to watch the race like this with these live pictures from the e-bikes, almost unprecedented coverage of mountain bike stage racing and mountain bike racing, in fact. And no small way, big thanks, in fact, to the technical team, their technical expertise, and of course their hard work of getting us these pictures. And it all looks so easy from the e-bike, not only just to ride it, but also to get these pictures to us. So we're getting a rider's eye view and really insight as to what's going on in the field. And just to be able to have Stefan and Thomas and, of course, Carl Platt, 5-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic, there on the trails with their understanding of the sport, and also being able to hear exactly how the riders are going, hear the comments, hear the conversations, if there are any, on these steep, challenging sections, and just get a sense of exactly what's going on the field, and really credible to be able to, for our understanding, and to get an idea of what's going on. We're back here with the Singer Racing team. They seem to have lost touch with the leading William Pirelli factory team. Rabensteiner and Gesmeyer clearly sensing weakness and using these steep sections of the trail to drive home their advantage. Buff Megamo, the last pictures we had of this front of the race, Buff Megamo were in close attendance to William Pirelli, and they are lying a bit further back on overall, so no major threats to William Pirelli. Buff Megamo team are in touch and look very good for taking the stage today. They will be relying on the fact that William Pirelli factory racing team will be aiming to gain extra time on Singer Racing team. So they'll be driving the pace, Gesmeyer driving the pace. And of course, riding on the front does use a little bit of extra energy, and those tactics will play into the hands of Buff Megamo. Buff Megamo just letting the overall race take place, and they'll have a chance to use that and be able to make their move later on the stage. And hopefully, we're not showing any signs so far, but hopefully Daniel Gesmeyer will tire slightly, and also will perhaps look more at the big picture, the overall general classification, rather than try and scrap for a stage and risk anything. They will look to be taking time off Singer Racing team, Martin Fry and Simon Stubjan. We saw earlier in the year at the Epic Series race, they in fact did lose that overall victory to Martin Fry and Simon Stubjan, with Gesmeyer and Rabensteiner, the pairing, the Austrian and the Italian pairing, in third spot on the 4-island stage race, the 5-day stage race. Fry and Stubjan taking that win, and that was back in April. Now, just having a bit of a recap of what's been happening today, just to give us an idea of, just to contextualize where we are in the race. We saw the start, and heading off all together as they headed up the first steep climb, the first sections of the day, looking up at the skies, and just a day ahead of them, 63 kilometers and 2,200 meters of climbing. A relatively short day, but of course the conditions play a major role in the proceedings of the race. Running out of the start line, the pace hadn't quite reached fever pitch at this point, but no doubt we were under no illusions of the fact that there would be some fierce moves really early on, as the top contending teams just extend that gap. There's always a bit of a threat with regards to having a lot of riders together, a big field together. There's a lot of jostling, a lot of argy-bargy, getting into position, wanting to be first into the trail, into the whole, getting the whole shot into those single track sections, the legendary and famous single track sections of the Graubünden region, and the trails around Largs, the loop course today, and looking to get a bit of an advantage, a bit of a lead really early on. The top 7 or so teams will be looking to really put some pressure down early on and to stretch this field out. We're seeing here images of earlier today, and just getting an idea of how fierce the pace was early on with Daniel Gersmeyer and his partner Fabian Redenstein, his Italian partner Fabian Redenstein of the Italian outfit. That's the Willy Pirelli team, very much in charge of the race, with a 5-minute advantage in their Civita yellow jerseys. But there'll be close competition coming from the team of Martin Fry and Simon Stibjan from Singer Racing Team. And of course, we've been watching the Hans Becking and Jose Diaz pairing of Buff Megamo in close attendance as well, looking to make good after their disappointing last couple of days and their disappointing 23 minutes deficit on overall general classification, as we saw quite early on the steep sections of the trail, where there was an early move, an early pace setting done by the top 3 teams of the race so far on stage 3 of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. Even early on in the first 10 kilometers, we saw the field stretch out, and just the race taking shape, more or less in the same theme as the last 3 days. Of course, we had a mixture on the front of some highly decorated international field, and of course some of the local professionals. When we say local professionals, we don't mean that in any negative way at all. It's they are local professionals with international experience, but they will have, most pertinent fact is they will have local knowledge. Many of these riders, even in this front group right now, will have intimate knowledge of these trails, and they'll know exactly every inch, every corner, and every gradient percentage. But even earlier on, we did see some strong moves by Singer Racing Team looking to gain an advantage. And just to test the legs of the yellow jerseys, it's all important thing about mountain bike stage racing is to try and always test, always keep the pressure on. You never know if a team has a particularly bad day. And of course, in 2-person team racing, it all depends on the weaker teammate. You're only as strong as your teammate. And we saw their Singer Racing Team hoping that the yellow jerseys were on a bad day. They are lying in second place overall, the Singer Racing Team, and trying everything they could early on in the race before that steep downhill section. We saw an early attack by the Singer Racing Team, but just before the peak of that first major climb of the day, we saw Team Team Willy Pirelli getting on the front, a little bit of an attack to get the whole shot on this trail to be in the front. An all-important move so they can control the pace, keep everything under control. The last thing they would want would be a rogue team to go up ahead. You see in front of us the Buff Megamo team, all in touch, all in contact, and really in recap of the early part of the race, it's really important for us to contextualize where we are and where we're going. It's just a summary of really what's been happening up until now. Right now, as we are live in the race, we're over 40 kilometers into the race. But looking back as to how this all happened, how this all took place, there was a bit of a split on this steep downhill section on the varying trail conditions. We heard from the e-bike riders that the trail surfaces varied from very grippy, from the extra, just a little bit of extra dampness, a bit of extra moisture in the soil does give the trails a bit of a grip. But of course, when the tires hit those wet roots, everything changes and it becomes like ice. So the riders all coping with the conditions. No crashes so far up until now in the race. No major incidents. The riders not taking any major risks on these downhills just before that first water point at the 20-kilometer mark. At this point in the race, during the recap that we're watching right now, they still had not reached that 20-kilometer mark. And there were 7 teams that were emerging at the front of the race that were in contention early on in the race as they approached that second major climb. We saw some of the teams getting distance on these roly-poly sections, these super steep, rooty sections where it's very easy to lose traction. You see in the lowest gears some gradients approaching 30% even as riders tackle the technical sections of the trail. Technical uphills are often more difficult than the technical downhills because it requires power as well as skill just to get over those tricky bits. You can see there a rider up front. Local rider just coping, knowing the trail intimately, and still there is a gap in front. This shows how fierce the pace was set by Daniel Gersmeyer and Fabian Rabensteiner, and of course the contending team, the Singer Racing Team of Martin Fry and Simon Stibjan, as we enjoy the perfect view, the best view possible of these trails from the Bulls e-bikes. Just seeing a foot out there, just keeping in balance the highly technical sections, the expertise of these top professionals of the sports. And during the course of the morning, we saw the sun come out, saw a bit of rain, very highly varied conditions out there on the trails. And just as the racing started to unfold, we saw three dominant teams, the team of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, the Buff Megamo team, really in touch and looking to make an impact on today's stage. Singer Racing dangling off the back a little bit, suffering with the yellow jerseys very much in control of today's stage after a dominant last 2 days. And we'll be having a look in a moment just to a bit of a recap on the women's category. Right now they started in Larks on the loop course of the Larks region, 63 kilometers. And the women's teams looked like, in terms of overall general classification, we saw the top three teams emerging all within a few minutes of each other, 12 minutes to be exact, with the top three teams all still to play for, but definitely dominant on the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, Adal Marath and Bettina Janis. Bettina Janis is a well-known campaigner in mountain biking. She's also been a triathlete, off-road triathlete. She has won races in the exterior discipline, but focusing on mountain bike stage racing. She's won the Swiss Epic before, and together with the decorated Adal Marath, the multiple national champion in both the cross-country and the mountain bike and the marathon discipline, Adal Marath, former cross-country racer, showing that she is the strongest rider in the field at the moment, leading most of the way on the last 2 days and setting the pace. And today it might be a day for defense. We cut back there just to the Chiavita, the green jerseys, the green leaders jerseys of the mixed team. As we cut back, and we see in the foreground the team of Vera Lorza and the Mauritian Kim Lecourt, as they were very much in touch with the leaders at that point in the race. The top three teams in contention at the 2022 Swiss Epic on stage 3. Just tackling the tricky downhill sections of the trail, the women enjoying the single track sections, and just noting the slippery conditions combined with the firm soil. Really tricky to navigate.
Can you guys hear me? Because I had to change.
With the roots and the rocks, it's highly varied. For the experienced mountain bikers, the experienced campaigners, no trouble for them. Also, having raced in the Swiss Epic before, they will know exactly what to expect with these technical trails of the Graubünden region. We see there the famous Steinbock in the graphic there. Steinbock, the mountain, the famous mountain antelope, really representative of how challenging these trails are and how steep and vertiginous the alpine routes are through this beautiful region. Again, iconic mountain bike region characterized by the Epic Series, a collection of mountain bike races that all culminate in the pinnacle of the Epic Series, the Absa Cape Epic. And we can see the Adal Marath again setting the pace. She's in the blue shorts and just clearly in charge of the pace right now, just keeping the pace honest. Opened up a bit of a gap early on the steep climb. Essentially not really an attack, but just keeping the pace high and putting the second place team under a bit of pressure. See Adal Marath, an experienced cross-country racer. She's been racing on the World Cup for many years, retired from the World Cup scene and now focusing on marathon and mountain bike stage racing. She is clearly the expert in her field right now and setting the pace early on. And with Janina Wurst chasing as they head towards the water point at the 20-kilometer mark. Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana having a fantastic race. They're lying in second overall. In third spot, Vera Lorza and her Mauritian partner, Kim Lecourt, just falling off the pace a little bit. They were close before the start of the day on overall general classification. that would be soon to be under threat, with the top two teams emerging of the day, and the fierce pace set by Adal Morath putting huge pressure on the field, and with only her partner Janas able to follow. Catching visuals of the second place team on the ride, on the race today, Deborah Piana and Nina Wurst. That's the MTB Pro Merchandising Team Chingalani team, as they aim to close that gap. And in fact they did. They managed to close the gap to the top team, the DeVos Klosters team, in the orange leaders jerseys. You can see there the orange leaders jerseys just partially obscured by their gilets, their rain vests, just keeping them warm on the early parts of the stage with the rain. And no doubt when they reach the hotter sections of the course, they'll be taking those off. But just all to note that the two teams, the two top contending teams, were together, and that early move, that early surge by Adal Morath has been neutralized by the second place team. We have Thomas Ditch on the e-bike, a well-known mountain bike stage racer himself, having placed third in the Absa Cape Epic, and a trusty teammate, a backup teammate to the pairing of Carl Platt and Stefan Sam, and of course Carl Platt and Urs Huber. Carl Platt having won 5 editions of the Absa Cape Epic, and fantastic squad of e-bike riders, Thomas Ditch, Stefan Sam and Carl Platt himself, riding and basically giving us, we could say, some of the most spectacular coverage of this beautiful race, this beautiful Swiss epic in the Graubünden region, and conquering the Alps along with the other riders, all of the riders in the field, the 820 riders in the field, as they tackle this 5-day stage race. And in the women's section, again, we see on the steep climb, when they reached the steep climb, there were still two teams very much in contention. Adal Morath setting the pace, but a comfortable pace where the second place team, MTB Merchandising, were able to follow. And just that's where we are in the race right now, and we'll cross back to, we'll now cut back to some beautiful visuals of the Epic Series, and we'll get a glimpse of what it's like to ride the world, to ride the trails of the most iconic trails in the world. Or back to live at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, an exciting race unfolding, and we're back to Dario.
Pretty close at the highest point of today's stage. Is that right, Carl?
Yes, we are on the long climb, and this was the Singer team. They couldn't stay on the wheel. So Hans Becking and Jose, they accelerate. So even Trictorelli had some problems to stay on the wheel, but they're back now, and on their way to the top of the mountain, and they still in the lead, and making a good show.
So it's Jose Diaz and Hans Becking in the lead at the moment, followed by Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier.
That's right. That's right.
What do you think they attack on the last part of the climb?
You never know, but they look quite comfortable, and Fabian and Daniel also, they always look behind to see if the Singer boys are coming. So I mean, if Hans and Jose want to win the stage, for sure they must try something, because they can't make a difference in the downhill. But let's see how motivated Fabian and Daniel, because they had 2 stage wins. They have the yellow jersey. Maybe they're not fighting the last bit for the stage win.
Okay, because it's really hard to overtake in the Runca Trail. So the long downhill from Startgels, from the highest point down to Flims and back to the race wheel. It's this last long downhill. It's just a single trail, a pump track, really narrow and impossible to overtake in there.
So I hope they know it, and if they know it, but for sure they're gonna try to be first.
So now the riders are on their way up to Startgels, we call it. It's this part of Switzerland with a red Romanic language. So in the morning we say Bundi. That means Guten Tag. Now they're riding up to Foppa at the moment now. So they're just about 50 meters away from Foppa. When they come around the corner now, it's going to be an open wide view. There's a lift station going up there, first from Flims to Foppa, then from Foppa up to Naraus. And this is where the famous Runca Trail starts. But these guys, they have to pedal up the hill. So there's a short, steep climb coming right after this little farmhouse on the right-hand side. Then it's getting flat again on a gravel road, and then the last real steep part up to Startgels is following. So it's getting a bit of loose terrain, but it's a wide gravel road, but it's a hard climb. So you can see the Flemsenstein in the back. These big mountains used to be a little bit higher. There was the biggest rock slide in Europe 100,000 years ago. So these mountains used to be around 7,000 or even more meters high. And the biggest rock slide in history in Europe happened there. That's why the Rhine Gorge was spoiled out of this rock slide, and now we call it the Little Swiss Grand Canyon. So on the left-hand side, this is the lift station at Foppa. This is a real steep part at the moment. We can hear Karl Platt breathing very much. Is your battery running out?
I think Stefan breathing, it's not me.
I'm
on full battery.
It's me, because I'm trying to catch up.
So it's Stefan who tries to catch up.
It was very steep on the tar. I don't know if you could see it on the pictures, but it was very, very steep. And now we are getting to a flatter part.
This is the flatter part, but be ready. There's a steep gravel road part coming within the next 2 minutes. So time to relax for the guys. Did you catch up with them and had a look in their face? So how do they look at the moment?
Yeah, they look quite okay. I mean, they have already some kilometers in the legs, and they're already tired. But they fight for the stage win, and they're still motivated. So Hans and Jose, they are super motivated. They're pushing all the time in front, so showing their ability to win today. Yeah, they're not too exhausted, but for sure they feel the kilometers now and the climbing meters. It's not for free here.
Definitely not for free. Real steep climbs up here, and even this part, it's not. It looks flat, but it's not that flat. And there's a last real hard uphill following within the next few seconds. Here in beautiful Flims. So on the left side is the famous gorge of Flims, the Stenner Gorge. There's a trail going down there. In this rock slide section here, deep forest. How's the temperature? Still okay? So that was a question on YouTube.
Okay, now I see what you meant. The wall is coming.
Yeah, but imagine that. There's another wall coming. This is a short climb, a flatter part, and then the real wall is coming.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. But once again, if you're riding an e-bike, load your battery properly, not like on the first stage. Exactly. So.
But I can feel the pain of the riders.
Yeah. You know, Karl, we're talking Red-Romanisch up here. So.
Okay.
Part of the track was on the Via Romancia. So do you know what we say in the morning? We say Bundi. Good morning. Can you say Bundi?
Bundi.
And then if
it's
you
like
go, we say
Bundi.
Exactly. It's like Silvia Bundi, just another pronunciation. Well, it's pretty close here. And then we have another thing. Staubsauger, Hoover. That's a bit complicated. Can you say Chechapurla? No.
No,
that's English.
No.
In Red-Romanisch, it's Chechapurla.
I can't say that.
Yeah, come, try again. Chechapurla. Otherwise, if you can't, exactly. And otherwise, if you can't say it, you're a kakalari.
Kakalari.
Kakalari. That's really good. That's really good. That's a nice word. So actually, so kakalari. Look. You liked it, man. You have to stay with that one. Okay. So they're coming over. That's what I said. That's what I said. This is the real steep wall. So real nice hiking trails up there as well in Flims. Real nice mountain bike trails. So the last climb up, and then they enter the Runca Trail. This place up there is called Startgels. Can you say that, Karl?
Oof, now you're forcing me, eh?
You can't say it. It's really hard. The pronunciation in Red-Romanisch is not that easy. So,
Probably
let's have a brief.
How it's treated.
Okay, good. So they're in the steepest part of today's stage. It's a real steep uphill. Now we're going back to the chasers with Stefan. How are the chasers going? So this is the team Singer who lost control with the leaders.
Yeah, Bundi, Dario.
Bundi, yeah. Yes.
Yes, I'm with the chasers. Martin is taking the pace in front, and Simon Stivian sitting close to his wheel.
Yeah, they're not far behind. It's about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, if it stays like this, they might come back on the downhill. I know the Runca Trail, and it's quite. It suits them quite well. So it's going to be excited. Maybe we'll have a sprint finish again.
Yeah, that would be great, because on the Runca Trail it's nearly impossible to overtake. So if somebody makes a mistake,
exactly. Yeah, there's different lines that you can take, and if you have a good eye for those lines, you can really make a difference.
Yeah. So probably now they can see the leaders in front of them on this last uphill, because right in the middle of the picture up there is the station. It's Startgels.
Yeah, we can see them now. Yes, we can see them now.
Is that a big motivation or not? Yeah.
Of course. If you can see them, then you know at least, okay, they're not far. We can still see them. We know the downhill is coming up. This is our strength. It gives you for sure motivation if you can still see them. So they just went around the corner.
Yep.
Now they're off site.
But this part here is really, really steep, and it's getting steeper and steeper till the top.
Exactly, it's horrible. At the end of the stage, something like this, when the legs are hurting and you're not having actually your best day, then this is just horrible.
So riders are climbing up the last few meters. These are our top riders. In the front already on the highest point, and this is the team Singer racing team. It's Martin Frey and Simon Stibian on the last uphill. And as Stefan said before, Simon is a real good downhiller, so probably they can close this gap to the leaders. At the moment, it's Team Buff Megamo and the Wheeler Pirelli factory racing team.
Well, Daria, it was fascinating for us as a viewer. We'd be seeing some of the most classic Swiss views of the villages and the mountains. But it's highly unlikely that this team right here, who are very much on the back foot when it comes to chasing back to the very front of the race, Singer Racing Team will not be looking at the views. They'll be looking to close that gap.
Sorry, nee, was?
No, so that was not an Alphorn. I thought you blow in the Alphorn on the uphill.
No.
You're at the horns now, okay. That is Karl Platt. You probably should try it once. So the climb is over on the highest point. Now the leaders are entering.
We have a new situation. Andre and Bailey, the local and Franz class, they are catching up to Singer Racing.
Oh, that's pretty interesting, because Andre Bailey knows the Runca Trail very well. Probably he knows some shortcuts. He knows it by heart, definitely. He's living up here. He's training up here.
We don't do shortcuts.
Yeah, some inside lines, no shortcuts.
Exactly,
inside lines.
He knows the good line, he knows the fast lines.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Sorry, no shortcuts. And the leaders are already in the downhill at the Runca Trail. Look at this beautiful flow trail down from Startgels. They're coming on the Runca Ebene. This is the flat part, but it looks flat. But right after this part, there's a flat part coming, and it's going into the steep hills, and there are some dangerous rocks are waiting for the guys. So they have to take care on this downhill, and probably this flat part is one of the last spots to overtake on the Runca Trail. It would be interesting here. Karl, the pace is really high at the moment, so they're pushing really hard in the front. It's Hans Becking pushing the throttle, full throttle now. Yeah, it's Jose Diaz at the top. You're with the Alphorns now, so it's Stefan Sam with the followers, the Singer team and the team Laax, Franz Klaas and for sure Andrine Bailey. So Buff Megano went through as the first team at the service station in Startgels at kilometer 53. Wheeler Pirelli Factory Racing, the general classification leader, on second place. And then 1 minute and 52 seconds back. This is the Singer Racing team, and 2 minutes behind the leaders. It's the team Lax with Andrin Bailey and Franz Klaas. So this 2 minute gap might be a bit too big to catch up with the leaders on this downhill. Wow, nice jumps for these guys. Real good bike handling skills of these 4 riders. I don't know if Karl Platt can have a chat with me during this downhill.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, but don't use the F word today, okay? But the trail is F good, not?
Amazing. This is again mountain bike heaven, paradise. The jumps are smooth and nice, not too steep. You can take them if you want, if not, you just leave it and ride over it.
So no time. Do you think about to come back and compete as a downhiller as well? Because your career started as a downhiller, not?
Yes, I was a junior. I was German champion in downhill, and but no, it's too late now. I'm enjoying other stuff.
You can, yeah. Enjoying other stuff. It's enjoying marathon racing. So the photo winner of the Cape Epic. This is Karl Platt.
Also doing some.
Yeah, we call it the shorter whip.
Yeah, the shorter whip.
Yeah, because just a short whip with the tail. Yeah, but they're still together, so no gap between the both Megamos and. So the big jumps are coming now. So Karl, make yourself ready. Now the big jumps, the jump line just above Runka is coming now. So I wonder how they handle this. Yoo-hoo! This is beautiful. Look at this. A whip from Daniel Geismeier. Real nice style. I heard a Juchzer, is that right?
And what?
A Juchzer, some kind of a yodel. A Juchzer.
Yeah. No, that was me probably.
Aha, it's just your brakes. A Juchzer means
taking the big ones.
He's taking the big ones all the time, and he's whipping the big ones. Great.
Yeah.
So they're enjoying themselves, and that's after 55 Ks of today's stage around Lax. Now they're on the last flat part. This is just above Flims. This is Runka, we call it, and now there are some real bad rocks are coming. So they have to take care, they have to choose the line carefully, especially at the end of a stage like this where concentration is a bit lost.
Yeah, I must say Daniel improved a lot in the downhills in the few last years. Yeah, he's doing very well now. I remember the early days. He was that skilled, but now he improved a lot.
Yeah, he improved really big. So at the beginning of it's already 9 years ago when the Swiss Epic started, his downhill skills in the high Alpine wasn't that good. Now he's riding really good. And
Hans and Jose, they're having a flat.
Okay, Hans and having a flat. Oi. Change of the situation in the beginning. So the Buff Megano team, the leading team, they're having a flat. I told you, take care of the rocks on this flat part. It's so difficult up there. And now this is Hans Becking and Jose Diaz with a flat tire right at the middle of this last downhill at the Runca Trail. That will take some time to fix that. But it's another chance for the team Singer Racing, Martin Frey and Simon Stibian, and the team Lax, Andrin Bailey and Franz Klaas to catch up with the leaders or to catch up at least this second place. So. So Karl is trying to moving back to the leaders, and we're trying to catch up with with Stefan. Stefan, you're at the moment with the Singer Racing team, with the both Megano team, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz.
I hope I didn't pass them, but couldn't see them. But I hope I'll come to them close. I'm still behind Singer Racing.
At the moment, it's really narrow in there, so we're back on picture with Karl Platt on this. It must be Stefan Sam, because Stefan just passed the both Megano team. They're right in the middle of this beautiful flow trail on the way down to Flims, and from Flims there's just a short part and a short uphill once again to the village up here, to the finish line up here at the SPAR Swiss Epic. So, whoa, what a change on the last few kilometers, on the last downhill. The buff Megano team just had a flat tire, lost control with the leaders and the general classification leaders, William Pellielli, Factory, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. But look at this trail, look at these jumps. Incredible. Yeah, join us up here in Lax if you want to. There's a gondola going up, a chairlift going up. So a lot of trails around here to enjoy. So Stefan?
Together and on a flat, it's right. Should I fix it?
Karl Platt, it's his camera at the moment on. Karl, probably the leading team. They're really fast at the moment.
They're really fast and I've been waiting too long. But I tried
so
to
Karl
make my
Platt
way.
is... Karl Platt is trying to catch up with the leaders. It's the leader Pirelli Factory Racing Team, Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier on this last downhill down to Flims. And now we're back with Stefan.
Guys, this is unbelievable. You can see this. Hannes Becking is riding at that piece, not getting dropped, just on a flat tire.
He's riding with a flat tire?
He's riding on a flat tire.
Unbelievable.
I don't
Look
know
at
if
this.
he has not sure what type of insert he has, but the tire just stays on. You can hear it burping all the time, squealing, but he just stays on.
He just stayed on. This is unbelievable riding of Hans Becking. So he's probably using an insert. All these riders are riding tubeless tires, so no in-tube. But some of them, yeah, as we told yesterday, it's like a swim noodle or a special foam between the rim and the tire. And so, with a thing like that, with an insert like that, it is possible to ride down or to come home safe. But I've never seen somebody racing in full gas mode.
At that speed is unbelievable. But he is making the best of this cool trail. He's using the banks just to ride over his front wheel, get enough grip and traction. So this is bike handling skills at its finest.
Yeah, unbelievable, especially in the banks. Especially in the banks, the tire is burping all the time.
And jumping. And still whipping and jumping.
So great. So great.
This is the best show of the week so far.
Yes.
Unbelievable. He deserves a medal on his own.
Yeah.
You can see it just shrouding in all those banks.
So only a few meters left in this beautiful downhill in this Runca Trail. So this is the last part of it over this bridge. And then a U-turn and back to Lax. So now the hard part is coming for Hans Becking. Pedaling with a flat tire. Back up to Lanax, back up to here.
But I don't know why. They just want to go make it to the finish line. It's 5 kilometers. So either he doesn't have anything to fix, but he's going supermoto style now.
Yeah, they tried to fix it because probably the hole was too big. That could be possible. So
exactly. So then you just need to make.
Yeah, because I know these rocks up there, they're pretty sharp and they cut your tire.
The wheel is all over the place, and the local team is approaching, so probably they get passed by them as well. Yeah, but there's nothing you can do.
There's nothing he can do.
Mountain bike racing.
Yeah, but there's a nice short downhill following as well on these last few kilometers of today's stage up here in beautiful Lux. Oh, what a shame for both Meccano. What a shame. They've been in a perfect shape. They've been.
What a pity.
Wow. Look at this. This is teamwork. This is teamwork.
Need to give space for the team as they are driving.
So this is Team Lux at the moment. Try to catch Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, not?
Yes, of course. They are and it's just going to be just a matter of time once they pass him.
Yeah, especially
maybe
the last
not
part.
Maybe not on the downhill because he's still super fast in the descent. But on the flat parts, yeah, it's getting difficult.
But even on the uphill, the last part of today is an uphill,
yes.
so it's really hard to pedal up. Yeah.
This will be horrible. But once again, big respect for Hans.
Yeah.
Absolutely
big respect
smashing
to
it.
Hans for this thing, and I wonder how his back rim is looking when we're here. Hey.
It's probably a replacement.
Yeah. So the top riders, they're not far away from the finish line. So big luck for Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. And we're back with Karl at the front.
That was a mission to come back. I had to go really full gas.
So it was even hard with you on the back to chase them.
Good, I'm back. So they look quite okay. And I think they're enjoying their ride now to the finish line.
Yeah, there's a last uphill coming. Till they're here. How many Ks to go with the front?
About 2.5, 3.
So they're on course since 2 hours and 41 minutes. Yes, unbelievable racing. This is mountain bike racing at its best up here at the SPAR. Swiss epic, and what a shame for Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. Such a fantastic performance today, and then something like this happens on the last downhill, a flat tire, and we locals, we know this part very well. So we knew that there are some real sharp rocks there. So, wow. Bad luck for them. So these are the leaders. This is Fabian Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. In one of the last climb of today's stage. So they're extending the lead in the overall classification. Once more, a win on the first stage in Arosa on this round course. A win on the second stage. Yesterday from Arosa to Flims, and consecutive win once again up here on this round course in Flims. And this one is a lucky one, probably. Hans Becking and Jose Diaz seem to be a bit stronger than these two guys. What do you think, Carl?
Yeah, today they were really smart riding. I mean, that you in the flat tire, it's possible. That's racing. Rock or stone. But in general, I think they were both equal. So you could see no one could drop each other. And then it came to a showdown in the downhill, but they were really. So I would say they've been quite equal.
Quite equal. So let's have a look for tomorrow. So these are the contenders for tomorrow as well. Do you think Hans Becking and Jose Diaz will try it again tomorrow?
Tomorrow is, yeah, they will for sure try tomorrow. As I know, Hans and Jose Diaz, they get better every day. And so today was just show off. And tomorrow they will for sure try again in this bed. Yeah, we expect a lot of rain. And yeah, but there are also some other things like he really loves the rain, so today it wasn't raining. Yeah, I think tomorrow is a new situation, but it's gonna be for sure very exciting.
Tomorrow is the longest stage, the Queen stage of this year's SPAR Swiss Epic, 100 k's to go. And this part of the race, the leaders, they know it already from yesterday's stage. So they're on their way back up to this beautiful race village up here in Larnax. The look back from Daniel Geismeier. Yes, Stefan, please.
You can hear me. So now it looks like Andrin and Franz really putting the hammer down on the last part of the stage, because they can already see Singer Racing Team about 100 meters in front of them.
Oh, really? Amazing.
That should be really motivating.
Yeah, that's like, motivating them.
Andrin goes like on a rubber band. No holding back. He wants to catch them.
He wants to catch them. So Andrin Bailey and his partner, they know this stage so well. They've been dropped on the long climb, so they came back on the last steep climb. And now they try to catch up to the second team, to the team Singer Racing. So it looks like we're gonna have the local team, the Laax team with Andrin Bailey and Franz Klaas on stage here. And as you've seen in the picture now, Andrin showing his teammate Franz Klaas where to go, so warning him of a sharp left-hander. So are they coming close enough, Stefan?
I need to check. I think it's still the same gap. They're going now down. Are we going over the ridge, over the main road? Going down, and then comes that last steep uphill. Let's see what the guys still have in the tank. But the motivation for sure is super high.
The motivation is super high, but the team Buff Megano, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, they totally get dropped off after the flat tire in the downhill now, not?
Yeah, absolutely. They got dropped. It's very unfortunate, and especially now on the last part, they can't really make a point, and also they can't really move forward. I think they are just doing damage control and not waste too much energy, because the GC is pretty much over for them, and now they're saving energy maybe for tomorrow or the final stage.
But that's just an interesting situation for the following two stages. So if like real good riders and the favorite riders get dropped off in the general classification, they're attacking for some stage wins.
Exactly, that's what makes stage racing so interesting. Because there's always someone that maybe saved the legs on the day before, and they have good legs, and then they go. Okay, we have 50 meters gap between Singer and the Himlachs. This is going to be. This is. I'm not sure if the Singer guys actually know that that Andrin and Franz are coming from behind.
Yeah,
I haven't seen them.
we haven't seen it. So we're back with Karl and with the leaders. Only a few hundred meters to go.
We are nearly there, and here's the stage win, and they will get some extra minutes for the overall. So they did a great race. Always stay calm, very smart riding. They've done everything.
So some drone shots for us just around the corner. The leaders, Fabian Rabenstein and Daniel Geismeier, followed by our e-bike rider, by Karl Platt. So have a look around the corner down here in the village. Only a few meters to go for them. Fantastic racing, amazing racing, and they're really strong, but a bit of a lucky winner. The Ville Pirelli Factory Racing Team, third win in the third stage of this SPAR Swiss Epic. And now I want to know, is the Singer Racing Team bringing home their second place, or is it the team Lachs? Andrien Bailey and Franz Klaas are catching up with the riders.
We are on the last couple hundred meters before the finish, and Singer Racing, they just turned around and saw the two guys coming. So this will be very close, but probably they're also pushing now for the last bit.
I just realized now that Andrien is coming so close.
It's coming very close.
It's coming very close. So it's the Stingery.
They're turning onto the grass. It's the last couple hundred meters. You can see the finish line already. But Singer still has a gap of 100 meters. So probably.
Two other rides to the front riders. So yeah, it's coming in right now with a small gap to the third place. But I think the third team dropping in is the local team. It's our local team from Lachs. Hans Becking and Andrien Bailey. What an amazing performance of these guys. And now I'm at the finish line with today's winner and our general classification leader, Rabensteiner and Daniel Geismeier. Fabian, another amazing stage win for you, but that one was a bit lucky, or did you have enough power for the last part?
Yeah, we was controlling front with the back. Yeah, we don't take too much risk in the downhill, so we say to them they can go in front in the downhill. And yeah, we was controlling. The Singer guys was in the back, so for us was good also second place today. But then the buff guys had a flat tire, they risked too much, and yeah, then we go for another stage win.
So they've been in front of you in this downhill on this last part of the Runca Trail, and in the rocky part they had the flat tire.
Yeah, rocky section. I know it from some years ago, this part, and I know this is a dangerous part for flat tires. So I slow down a bit more, and I see in front Hans when he flat, and then yeah, we go by without risk, and yeah.
Okay, Daniel, once again, congratulations. Was it a bit of a tactical race today? Because tomorrow is a real, and your margin in the overall classification is quite big.
Yeah, a little bit. First one quite fast. I always push from the. I thought maybe it's a best opportunity also for us that others get tired. And then in the last uphill, we saw that it's also really strong today. And yeah, like we now also for the GC. And don't want to take too much risk in the downhill. But yeah, then we were really lucky today because they had a flat tire. But yeah, biking and yeah.
Last two stages from here, from Flims and Lachs up to Foss. So that was a real hard one with these flat tires. And we're back again straight away going over to Andrin. So beautiful team logs, third place. That must be amazing for you guys.
Yeah, we were really motivated before the stage. But yeah, I didn't know exactly how I was feeling because yesterday I had a really hard day. So I suffered a lot on the last climb. But today, meter. So it saves so much energy when you know every corner and the lines. And we had a good start. We were able to follow the leaders until Ilanz. Then we had to set our pace. But and just full in and could close the gap to the guy before the flow trail. And then we lost some time in to them. But they punctured. But I don't look really happy.
Tough bad luck. So last two stages, so you had two flat tires, one in stage 1, one in stage 2. Today, was it really good that you're having a local rider with? Because Andrin, he knows probably everything.
Yeah, of course. The rocks are his friends here, so he knows every route, like you said, every rock, every road. So he also explained me a bit the stage, so I could focus on that. Today I hadn't the best day, but tried to just push hard because I knew others are also and like on our side to keep believing in it, stay focused, stay positive, and today we did it.
Positive for next two stages. Thank you very much. All guys. So,
Warren Fabry, welcome Vincent, Team Sudbury.
So we tried to catch up with Hans. He's right here in the back. Wow. First of all, 2 times, 2 fist bumps, he said early in the morning. It is unbelievable what you did. It was real bad luck on the downhill. You had a flat tire. It was not possible to fix that one.
No, we broke the rim. There's nothing to do now. But we're riding with Panzer. We have like a system inside the tire, so you have like a protection for the rim, and you can go really full gas in the downhill. You can have the turns. Nice with the Panzer. It's really hard in the climb though, but I have him strong. Yes.
It's still smiling, so but it was so. You had to push it at some point.
Yeah, there's no man in the back. Bill to give.
Now made a really good race. You've been at the front during the whole race, so you're in full attack.
No, I'm fixing again. We're going day by day. We put in, and today was a good day for us. But bad luck yesterday, bad luck. We have 2 more days, and we have confidence, and I look forward for more 2 days.
Another double fist bump. What? Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you very much. And I'm going back to Neil now, please.
Wow, fantastic racing there. We really were witness to some of the biggest battles we've seen in the sport, and well done to William Pirelli factory team for taking that 3 out of 3 victory in stage 3 of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. And Singer Racing Team holding it together, only 1 minute 19 seconds back off the fierce pace set by William Pirelli factory. But really bad luck for Buff Megamo there, Hans Baking and Jose Diaz. They were still in good spirits at the end. They did lose 3 minutes 46 by the end of the stage. And the big ride of the day has to go to Larks. That's Bieli and Franz Klaas. Coming good today. They had a bit of bad luck over the last 2 days. And, the results sheets don't tell the full story. They were on the attack most of the last 2 days, but punctures did scupper their chances, and today they came good. And they really showed what they were worth on the trails, and the local knowledge of Andrien Bieli really showed. He was able to use his knowledge to the best of his, really to their advantage, and to gain that third place on the podium. So a fantastic result for them, and great to have their name in lights. Larks, Team Larks, finishing in Larks. A great result for the Swiss and the Belgian. And Singer Racing Team, again, saving the day. They've lost only 1 minute 19 seconds, so that overall is still all to play for at just a shade under 6.5 minutes gap on the overall GC at the end of the day. We'll get the final official results and the official general classification soon, or as soon as the boards are up, we'll know exactly how much time they've lost to Willier Pirelli factory. But Rabensteiner and Gersmeiner look very much in charge of the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. We just have a look at that result sheet, that telling result sheet. Willier Pirelli factory winning the stage, 1 minute 19 over Singer Racing Team, and Team Larks, Bieli and Klaas having a fantastic ride today, almost catching the German team. Team Larks coming in third, and the very well-deserved podium spot. Buff Megamo, the losers of today, they looked in contention all along. They were leading the race, but unfortunately a broken rim leading to a flat tire would scupper their chances of that stage when they've been looking for all week. We're just watching the beautiful views, and the sun has certainly come out. We saw earlier on the rains were coming down, threatening to really play a big role in today's conditions. The trails out there were wet. There were some treacherous parts. There were some very grippy parts, but it looks like the day is turning out really well. All eyes on tomorrow, what the weather's doing as the team of the day they finish. That's the Botticcia factory team of Bonetto and La Posse, the two Italians finishing in style, just about 11.5 minutes off the pace of Willier Pirelli factory. The iconic views of Switzerland, of the Larks area and the Graubünden area. The GC results have been waiting for to see what kind of damage has been done by Willier Pirelli factory. And 6 minutes 21 down are Singer Racing teams Fry and Stepjohn, with KTM Alchemist Attitude 18 minutes back. So they've definitely lost time today and are arguably out of touch of winning the overall general classification. They had a really good early few days, but Buff Megamo at 24 minutes, having lost further time, but they look like they are one of the strongest teams in the race, so we expect to see a lot of them tomorrow in the Queen stage, the 100-kilometer stage, as we head out of the Larks town. And Buff Megamo having also a great race, and they're lying in fifth place. So the two Buff Megamo teams, Dreschu and Marilla Vergara, in fact, that's the backup team, a little bit ahead of the first team, you could call them, of Baking and Diaz, the Dutch and Portuguese pairing, 25 minutes and 52 down on general classification. Some beautiful finishing scenes and a rewarding sight, certainly for a very hard day out. 63 kilometers, 2,200 meters of climbing, as the riders will be looking forward to their recovery routine. All of the riders, from the very top professionals to the amateurs finishing towards the back end of the field, will have their recovery routine. They'll be having their shakes, a meal straight after the stage, and of course enjoying the Swiss hospitality, a massage, and of course getting their bike looked at by a professional mechanic. It's all about maintaining the body and of course the machine in this full service mountain bike stage race. And Dario, we're keen to hear what Carl has to say about the stage from Dario down on the start at finish line. Dario, of course, on the finishing line with the
feel a
riders
bit
really
sweated
absorbing the vibe,
because,
absorbing the
I put
atmosphere
some
of the
really
race.
warm clothes
And
on, but
Carl
it
Platt,
went wrong.
having been a 5-time winner
With
of
all
the
the
Amstel Cape,
backpack
the
and all
pinnacle
the
of the
gear,
Epic
you
Series.
can't really get
And
off clothes. So
keen to hear what
you
he has
feel,
to say
everything
about the
is wet,
stage.
wet. So I need to go to the hotel and have a shower.
Yeah, but no sauna today for you because you're spending all the day.
Exactly. I feel just thirsty. Maybe I need some beers.
Because your backpack is quite heavy, so it's about 10 kgs now. So it's really, really hard to carry that one. It's even hard to ride with this backpack.
Yeah, I'm really not used to the backpack, and now after day 3, I feel my back really bad. So maybe I need to go and find a massage today.
We will find a massage. Otherwise, Stefan has to give you a massage.
No.
And a rubber mallet in my toolbox, and we can give you any massage you want.
Well, just hearing from Carl Platt that he is very keen to get a massage after his hard work of the day. He's been hard at it following the race on the e-bikes, him and Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch. Thomas Ditch still out there with the women's races, with the women's racing, and Platt and Sam together having finished the stage with the top riders, and Platt wanting a massage after his hard work. He'll be waiting in line, of course. There are 820 riders participating in the Swiss Epic, and they'll all be looking to get their recovery massage and enjoy the recovery routines in this full-service mountain bike stage race. They'll be looking forward to that rest and recovery, enjoying the Swiss hospitality. Now we're taking a look at the stage 4 right now. That is tomorrow's stage, the Queen stage, Largs to Davos, as they head towards the final race village of the week. That is 2,800 meters of climbing. And looking at the profile, it's not quite as spiky as we've seen in the past, but an all-important, almost 1,750 meters, and of the highest point in the race, looking to get to that Zucken Gorge section. And no doubt the racing will catch fire, perhaps even on the early part of the race before the 40-kilometer mark, but definitely the final selection looks to be happening at the Zucken Gorge before the final water point, as they hit the 80-kilometer mark and head towards Davos for the first time. And then the day after will be a loop around Davos in the grand finale stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2022. Those iconic Swiss images that we've seen all day and in fact all week, those beautiful forestry scenes combined with the Alps, an iconic mountain biking area and mountain biking nation. In fact, we've seen the Swiss dominating the scene both in the cross country and the marathon discipline. Some fantastic performances we watched the Olympic Games with an all-Swiss podium in the women's category and Matthias Flückiger in the men's. So Switzerland is clearly the place to be if you want to be a mountain biker. Certainly the trails, the Runca Trail that we saw earlier with the riders tackling those challenging sections, challenging for the equipment. We saw the bad luck with Hans Becking's rim braking on that downhill section, but we also saw him still enjoying the trails even on that flat tire. As we head back to the women's section, and alone the de facto the leaders of the race on overall general classification, before going into today's stage, they had an over 12-minute lead, and that is Adele Morath and her German partner.
Three men's teams at the end of the stage to do the presentations.
Podium
Huge
of
thank you and
today's
welcome
stage.
to Andre Gisler and Gabi Brunner
What
representing the
happened today on stage 3 of the race, and we have very much in the middle in their resplendent in their jerseys. Fabian Rebensteiner is in fact the European champion, the marathon champion, and Gersmar the Austrian champion. And third place today, well deserved for the local Bierli and his Belgian partner Franz Klaas. They've been trying all week, and today is their just reward. They nearly caught the second place team on the day, and fantastic result. Great to see them well supported in the area, and of course, just that's what they're here for. They're here to get time on the podium and their name in lights. And the Singer Racing team saving the day a little bit. They were a little bit out of touch on that on some of the early climbs, losing contact with the leaders, but in the end only losing 1 minute 19 to the eventual winners. You could say the default winners of the day. There was some bad luck with the Buff Megamo team, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, having a puncture, but still 3 out of 3 for Willier Pirelli Factory, Rabensteiner and Gersmeyer, the Italian-Austrian pairing, proving hugely dominant on the race today, on the stage today, and all week at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic.
Please stick around. We're going to be bringing up our leaders on GC.
And soon we'll be seeing the yellow jerseys very much cemented on the shoulders of the Willier Pirelli team. Looking after we've checking out the beautiful views from the drone footage. We're lucky to see an aerial view of the Larks town, and the last time we see this town. Tomorrow morning we'll see the riders leave Larks and heading towards Davos, and one more night in this iconic town in the Graubünden region.
And we are now more than halfway through our SPAR Swiss Epic Graubünden. 201 kilometers completed and almost 8,000 meters of climbing. They won stage 1, the winners of stage 2, and our winners today on stage 3. Into our Chiavita sponsored overall leaders.
So we see now the yellow jersey wearers, the Chiavita leaders jerseys of Willier Pirelli team, as they take the stage, cementing that position in first overall. And we have Daniel Gersmeyer on the right and Fabian Rabenstein on the left, resplendent in yellow and looking dominant, with just extending their lead today just by a little bit, but chiseling away at their campaign for winning the overall at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. A very prestigious title to hold, and soon we'll be going back to live with the women's category. And we're back with the women. Of course, a scene that we've been seeing all week. In fact, the figure of Adele Marath in the lead right now, leading Bettini Janos up the trails as they head towards that section of single track. Fantastic performance by Adele Marath, really dominant in the stage. And this team still look like there is nothing to touch them in this year's edition of the race. Shown every single day and every meter of the trail that they are very much in charge of this race. And Adele Marath, an experienced campaigner in the cross-country discipline as well as in the marathon discipline, having titles, national titles in both. She's been German champion. Bettini Janos, an experienced off-road racer, both on triathlon off-road and, of course, in mountain bike stage racing. She's won the Swiss Epic before, looking to take another, put another on the list of her impressive list of Palmares, and we will be looking back very soon to see just how well the second place women's team have been doing. They've been having a blinder of a race. That would be the pairing of Janine Voss, the Swiss rider, who's been paired up with Deborah Piana. That is the Italian rider. Team MTB Pro Merchandising, Team Cingolani. Pairing having really put these two, well, they're able to stay with them for the large part of the race, but just those final climbs proved too much, and the elastic snapped as they head through the water station. No stops for this pairing. They are keen to keep the pressure on and maintain that lead. Looks like they've got enough provisions on board. They can continue and head towards that final iconic section, that Runca Trail that we've been seeing the images of earlier on with the men's category racing through there. And they'll be enjoying some of the iconic scenes and the Swiss horns on the right-hand side, enjoying not only the visual but the audio experience of Switzerland. So we're keen to hear what Dario has to say, and he's in touch with Thomas down right there on the trails.
Yes, and exactly at that moment, the Davos Klosters team, they just been at the highest point of today's stage at Startgels. So how's the situation at the top? Please, Thomas.
Hi, we just come in the last downhill now. Bettina and Adelaide are comfortable leading the race, but be careful. The second name is not too far, it's around 30 seconds behind. And if they push hard, perhaps they will come back in the downhill. It can be really interesting for the end of the stage.
So the team with Janina Wurst and Dobra Piana, they lost control in this last long uphill. Is that right? Because after Cyber Station 2, that was in Flims at kilometer 42. They've been on second place, only 2 seconds behind the leaders, the Davos Klosters, with Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morad. And right now, at the moment, at Startgels, at kilometer 53, the mountain bike pro merchandising team, Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana on second place with a gap of 53 seconds to the leaders, to the Davos Klosters women, Bettina Janas and Adelheid Moras. These two ladies are right now on this flat part of the Runca Trail, followed by the several French marathon champion by Thomas Dietsch. And it's once again Adelheid Morad in the lead. She was pushing hard on the uphill, Thomas, is that right? So we probably lost. So we are back with Stefan Sam. He's checking out what kind of insert Hans Beck was using on the downhill. Can we have a look at that one?
Can I take a picture?
Let's have a look at the hole now. So the hole is pretty big. They try to fix it with
yeah, exactly. Yes.
With an insert. So Stefan,
it's also difficult to see in the race.
Can you show us the insert, please?
Panzer.
Okay.
Aber guck, da hat he plugged it.
Just,
but
it's
there
just
was
a proper insert.
There's another one close to here, probably on the rim. Oh yeah.
What you doing? Stay.
Okay.
They love it.
So see, but also he cracked the rim here. But probably if he would just put another plug in here, yeah, could have worked. Yeah, that's the problem when you're racing. Yeah.
When you're racing, you don't see it.
Yeah.
You know why you get this pinch? Because of the rim. This is viel zu hoch.
And also thin.
Thin on top.
Yeah, but hey, it went through this. It went through this.
Look at this insert, totally destroyed. This is the tech talk between the professionals here in Lanax about the flat tire that Hans Becking caught from the top down the Runca Trail and then back up to the village. So we're going back to the ladies and the leading team with Thomas. Thomas, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So right now, the ladies are in the middle part of this downhill. This is a flat section, and then the big jumps are coming for these two ladies. And the gap is not that big. It's under a minute at the moment. So Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana still on the chase. to the leaders, the fourth closest women, Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat. And it's always the same at the women's competition. Adelheid Morat is in the lead. And I think for them it's... So they're taking the safe line in these jumps, not to risk anything. So these are our leaders in the general classification and even the leaders in today's stage. On third place at the moment, on top of the day at Startgels, it is the Efficient Infinity Injury team. It's Vera Loser and Kim Lecourt. Perfect bike handling skills of these two women. The last big jump for today. This is the flat part. This is the part where Hans backing the flat tire. So take care. Adelheid Morat and Bettina Janas, but both of them, they probably know these trails, taking a bit of the easy line. So, especially around here, it doesn't look that spicy, but it's really these rocks in here. Yeah, you really have to take care. I was thinking about to open a shop up here because so many flat tires happen here during the tourist season. So that would be a good thing to make some money. So this is still the last downhill of today's stage. So Neil, what do you think? 53 seconds, that must be enough.
Well, Dario, it looks like the team in orange in the Chevita leaders jerseys are very much in charge of this race. So I would say that their best position would be to take it below the risk, the level of risk, and it's really leave it up to the chasers to take the risks and to catch up. And of course, that is a dynamic of mountain bike stage racing when you are riding these trails more or less blind. Is that if you're riding at maximum and if you're riding at risk, anything can happen. And we've just seen that with the Buff Megamo team. They were no doubt on the limit and chasing as hard as they could. So I think the dynamic between the two top teams in the women's category is that the front team right now, they can afford to ride just without taking any risks and leaving it all up to the chasing team. That would be the young team, the Italian and the Swiss team, the pairing of MTB Pro Merchandising. Tricky for them because they have to take some risks to catch up, and of course that means that they could crash or they could have a mechanical. So all to play for this, and I would say that Janina Wust and Deborah Piano would need to just, if they want to get their name in lights, if they want to get on the top step of the podium today and chip into that overall lead, which will be a challenge, they need to go full gas on this descent. Easier said than done, of course. Dario, what's your opinion on whether or not that 50-second gap is quite a big one, but if anything goes wrong with any of these teams, that could be wiped out in a second.
I don't think that Mountain Bike Pro Merchandising team is able to catch the leaders because this gap of 53 seconds is already too big. But I was a bit surprised. At the end, there are two real steep uphills are following, but Adelheid Morat and Bettina Janas, they look really comfortable. And from now on, Runca Trail is very flat and easy, so no rocks anymore. And we've seen just when they passed at the last corner of this Runca Trail on the right-hand side, some other riders been waiting there, fixing probably another flat tire. So that was the risky point of today's stage, of today's downhill. This is a beautiful view. Two Lagnacs, it's just a bit opposite Lags, where the race village is situated, and we're back with the leading ladies on the lower parts of the Runca Trail. So it's a man-made built trail, probably since around 14 years now. It all started with North Shores, and through the years, all the North Shores, they've been gone, and now it's just a man-made flow trail down from the top, from Lanax down to Flims, and then you're able to go back up again with the chairlift.
Daria, you'll know, knowing this area like the back of your hand, you'll know that riders will travel from far and wide just to come and ride this trail, and it's an absolute privilege for the riders of the Swiss Epic to be able to have an opportunity to ride one of the longest flow trails in Europe, which is saying a lot because there's some amazing flow trails in Europe. And certainly from the visuals we've been seeing, this looks like one of the most beautiful experiences that any mountain biker could ever have. And even though this is really, it's a job to be done now for this leading team, they surely must be enjoying these trails, just taking a bit of a break from the pressure of racing, just to enjoy the flowing berms as they head down towards the race village in Laax. There was a little bit of ups and downs to cover before that, but more or less you could say that arguably they're almost home, although there are some obstacles to cover. We saw the warning signs, those telling signs that have two arrows pointing down means just take the greatest amount of care. We see a little bit of rocky section on this trail. We didn't see this amount of rockiness, you could say, on the previous trails in the forest. More a loamy, rooty kind of terrain and surface, and the riders hopefully will have chosen robust tires. We know that tire choice is a critical factor in the racing at the Absa Cape Epic, where almost the entire course is rocky, and some just more rocky than others. And this is reminiscent of that, where a rock could very easily cause a pinch flat or make a tear in those tires. So hopefully the riders will have chosen a strong casing tire to be able to cope with those conditions. Of course, tire choice is very important. There is a balance. Choosing a tire that is robust, that has a very hard casing, it may reduce the risk, but also the rolling resistance isn't quite as it's not quite as supple. The rolling resistance is greater on a heavier and a less compliant tire. So it's a balance between choosing a fast rolling tire and a robust tire. And if you're more risk averse, then you'll likely choose the stronger tire. If you're looking to follow the race, you'd be well advised to check out the Epic Series app. You can really see exactly where the riders are. You can track the riders. You can keep an eye on your favorite teams. If you've got a friend or a member of your family in the team in the race, you'll be able to track them on the Epic Series app. So download that and get the inside view with some news on the Epic Series app. And remember to follow us on these channels: the Swiss Epic Facebook channel, Swiss Epic on Instagram, and of course Epic Series YouTube channel. You'll be able to catch this live broadcast once we've finished. It'll be uploaded and the full broadcast will be available for watching. Again, if you'd like to re-experience the fantastic racing we've seen at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic in the magnificent Graubünden region as the riders conquer the Alps. And we can see right now Adele Morath in the blue shorts up front, having led most of the race today and of course this week, and definitely taking the race by the scruff of the neck. She is embodying that conquer the Alps spirit, that just completing the final sections of the trail before they head in. They have got a 50-second gap or so. That was the last time we saw 50 seconds to the chasing team, and the time checks will tell whether or not the chasing team have made inroads into that. That'll be the team MTB Pro Merchandising team Cingalani of Junina Wurst and Deborah Piana, the young Italian and Swiss rider, looking to get their name in lights on the podium in Laax. They look good for a second place, but if they have greater ambitions, they'll need to be closing that gap and taking some risks on this descent. And of course, with risk comes reward, but also comes the infinite time or possible infinite time loss that can come with a puncture or a shredded tire or something like it, or a broken rim like we saw with the Buff Megamo team. Hans Baking actually broke the rim. It's made of carbon fiber, and although it might seem like it's fragile, it's not. It must have taken an absolute beating. Those rims are made to last. So he must have hit any rock that he hit, he must have hit it pretty hard. And the riders will try and keep that out of their mind, especially the ones that are on the trail right now. They'll try and keep their attention on the trails and avoid any possible mishap like that. And it's all about no risks for the team in front. They have a comfortable lead on overall, and it's all up to the second place team on the day to chase. So Dario, I believe you're down in the start area with Ariane Luti, the decorated rider, three-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic.
Exactly, and she was the winner of last year's Swiss Epic. Ariane, nice to have you here. You started on Tuesday morning, but after 1K you went out of the competition. What happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still recovering from a chronic fatigue syndrome related to COVID that I picked up during the Cape Epic. Unfortunately, my body is still not ready to be pushed, so unfortunately, I couldn't take the race. Sorry.
So, but your teammate Faranak still made the first two stages, no?
She rode the first stage, was then also a little bit congested in her nose, and she was just not risking it the next day, so she didn't ride the last days. But she's now training a little bit and getting prepared for Leger, the World Championship.
Great, but we're having another Pump for Peace. You're riding for Pump for Peace team with you, so now you're a kind of a team manager.
Yeah, we started this team, Claudia Calvori and I, basically end of last year. To give riders from underprivileged communities or countries an opportunity to race internationally. So Faranak is doing the World Cups, and yeah, we're super happy to have Tumelo Makae from Lesotho and Salim from Kenya here. And yeah, they're doing well. They had a really good day today.
So hopefully you're coming back stronger than before. Thank you very much for having you up here. Thank you for staying here in a beautiful Arcs. That was Ariane Luti, the winners of last year's edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And Neil, as you said, the winner of the Cape Epic as well.
Yes, Ariane Luti, a well-known figure in the sport of mountain bike stage racing, and with the results to prove her class. She's been a multiple national champion of Switzerland. She's, you could say she's a local in the area, and at her local race, her home race, the Swiss Epic, and she's been a past winner of the race, and certainly a contender all the way through her career at this race. So it's great to have her here, and great to see the riders in the sport giving back.
So this is the timing of the ladies of today's third stage in Praula Selva, pretty close to the finish line up here in Lanax. The first Klosters. The lead is only 43 seconds anymore to the Mountain Bike Pro merchandising team, Jan Invest and Signora Piana on the second place. So pretty, yeah, not that many kilometers to go for these two ladies. And they will arrive soon up here in Lanax.
Well, we saw they got just about a 10 seconds back on that gap. It's always difficult to tell exactly from just the visuals, but the time checks never lie. 43 seconds is quite a big gap, especially with Marath charging on the final sections of the trail. It looks very unlikely that, barring incident, that Janine Wust and Deborah Piana will be able to close that gap to Janis and Marath. Marath is clearly on a mission. They want to win 3 out of 3 and to show their dominance in the race. Perhaps tomorrow will be another day for the other teams. We've yet to hear where the Efficient Infinity and Sure Ray Street Coffee team of Loza and Kim Lacourt are at the time check at the 56-kilometer mark. They were 5 minutes and 39 seconds down. So clearly out of touch with the very front of the race, but they do look good for a podium spot on today's stage and, of course, for the overall general classification. But all looks on, the jerseys look very much on the shoulders of DeVos, Kloster's women, Janus and Marath, as Marath absolutely charges up this climb. And Janus has done very well to stay with the decorated rider, the former cross-country rider. The cross-country riders traditionally have greater speed. It is a much shorter discipline. The races are typically 1.5 hours, 1 hour, 20 minutes or so, and it is all about speed and skill, and less about endurance, but clearly the skill transfers, or those abilities transfer to marathon racing very well. With Marath having been a very experienced campaigner and having switched her focus to the marathon racing discipline. And we've just heard that through that time check at 60 kilometers that Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt are 5.5 minutes down, and that would put them out of contention for that stage win. But Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana will keep their pressure on, keep the pace of Del Marath and Janus, keep them honest, and make DeVos Kloster's women looking to just chip away at that overall title. As they go into tomorrow's stage, it'll be stage 4. Tomorrow's the Queen stage. It's a long day, 100 kilometers, 2,800 meters of climbing. Today was only 2,200 meters, but there was perhaps more concentration, and we can see Thomas Ditch with the riders. Do we have any commentary from Thomas, Dario? Are you in touch with Thomas right now on the e-bike?
I have to try once more. Thomas, can you hear me at the moment?
We are just some kilometers before the finish, and yeah, Adela and Bettina are really comfortable in front. It's tough. So the last climb was really high. We get a small downhill now. Nobody behind us. That means the second team is not here and can't come back in the downhill.
So right now at the last point at Brau La Selva, this was the last checkpoint. The gap was still 43 seconds from the leaders from the DeVos closest team to Mountain Bike Pro merchandising scene. And it must be amazing for this team, for the ladies team, because tomorrow we're moving from Lax over to DeVos, and probably, no, for sure, they will arrive in DeVos with the leader's jersey, so that must be good. They're over the bridge now, then this small last uphill, and the chasers just made their way up from Brau La Selva. This real steep last uphill. So that uphill at the end, that wow, takes everything out of you on this last few, probably only 2 kilometers to go at that point of the race.
Dario, we're just looking at the body language of the riders, the chasing team. The body language says that they haven't given up, but they've certainly it looks like they're happy with taking second place on the day. We saw just a rider just taking a drink and pausing off the pedals for a moment. And that tells us that that they'll be looking to just consolidate, keep that second place, and head to the finish and survive another day.
Because yesterday this team, Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana, been on the second place as well, but yesterday they lost more than 2.5 minutes, and now they're getting even closer to Bettina Janus and Adelheid Murat. So at the moment they're only losing about 50 seconds, because that's not much anymore. And yeah, they were able to chase the leaders through 80% of today's stage. So that's a good sign for tomorrow and for the last 2 stages. Tomorrow is the King stage. It's a real long uphill to DeVos then.
And of course, it all depends on how the riders cope with the demands of 3 days of racing in the saddle on demanding terrain. And there are characteristics of some riders say that, show that riders, we talk about them getting better over time. In reality, it's just that they decline less than the other riders because, of course, there is a natural declining of form as riders put out effort over the week. And we're back with Thomas Ditch, and we can see Adel Marath just soft pedaling a little bit, just waiting for her teammate to get back in touch. Giannis doing a sterling job keeping up with this decorated rider, Adel Marath, multiple national champion. And Bettina Giannis, we've said before, she's a former winner of the Swiss Epic, so she's keen to put another title to her name, and very confidently riding in those Chiavita leaders jerseys, the orange jerseys of as they head up towards Luck's final climb, last few kilometers, as they will no doubt be hearing the race announcer. They'll be hearing Daria on the mic. They'll be hearing Paul Kay on the mic, talking the riders through and announcing everyone as they arrive. It'll be an exciting time for all riders to finish and be able to put their feet up and go into their recovery routine. And no doubt the top professionals that we see here, Marath and Giannis, they will be already looking forward to putting their feet up and after they've consolidated their lead on their overall campaign. Dario, do we hear any more? Can we get Thomas to have a look back to see how close the chasing team is? Dario.
So probably he's not wearing his head cam, or is the head cam on?
Yeah, the head scan on, but no, I can't see anybody behind. No,
because the gap
no woman team behind.
No woman team behind. The gap was already 43 seconds just 1 kilometer ago, so they won't close it. But I've seen Bettina Giannis always looking over her shoulder, so she is not safe at all that they're gonna win this race again. But now everything's fine. Right around this corner, they can probably see this village, and then they know that they're gonna win 3 out of 3 stages at this year's SPAR Swiss Epic. Yeah.
Yeah, Bettina was really looking behind his shoulder. She was really suffering on the last climb. You can hear she's breathing a lot, but now we are almost on the finish. Around like 400 meters close to the finish. We arrive on the grass, like 300 meters before the finish now. You can see the village, Swiss village. They're still pushing.
Exactly. So they're still pushing on the last meters. Great. So
on the last here we go. 100 meters from the finish.
So pretty close now. This is the Tabi team, the 4th closest women. It's Bettina Giannis and Adelheid Morat, winning 3 out of 3 stages, and for sure the overall leaders at this year's SPAR Swiss Epic. Another day, another great performance of these 2 ladies, and another win of these 2. So it will only take about 40 seconds till the chasers are here. Yeah, they're already here. They already come around the corner. It's the Team Mountain Bike Pro Merchandising Team Cingolani. It's Janina Wüst and Deborah Piana. So Deborah Piana and Janina Wüst come closer, and then a Paula Selfa. Only a few kilometers to go. It's Vera Loser and Kim LeCroix with a gap of 5 minutes and 28 seconds. So welcome back in Larnax. This is our 2nd team at today's women's competition. Happy to be back. It's Janina Wüst and Deborah Piana.
Fantastic performance from the MTB Pro Merchandising team, the young Wurst and Diana, and the experience and firepower of Marath and Giannis. Just a bit too much, but still 1 minute back, holding their own today on the trail. The Italian and the Swiss rider doing a fantastic job, and be able to exchange wishes and congratulations with the top team. Some great camaraderie, even among the fiercest of rivals in the sport. They'll be enjoying just that racing dynamic between them, and we'll be looking back at the finishing line to see where Vera Loza and Kim LeCroix are. but definitely high spirits and having a slightly better day today than they did yesterday. And perhaps that notion that we've been talking about earlier, where riders come good later on in the stage. Excited to see how they do tomorrow. And we're going to cross back to Dario now to hear from the riders on the finish line.
Exactly, and I'm here with Adelheid Mora. Fantastic performance today. Congratulations. So around this round tour in Laak, such a performance for the third day. Amazing.
Yeah, today I felt surprisingly good. So I felt it already in the beginning, but I mean, that climbs are, it's not steep, it's windy. So it's hard to make a gap. So we stay calm and enjoy the downhills. So I like it. It was slippery. It was a strong rain during the night. So the downhill was amazing, but the uphill were so much work because, it's like I would say a flat uphill with wind.
Why did you say surprisingly good? So you didn't felt that good yesterday or what?
Yes, I felt good, but I did a lot of work in the first stage. Yesterday I did a lot of work, and today I was a little bit not sure if I have the power also today, but I have it. So it was a good stage for me, yes.
Probably you've been leading around 180 Ks. So from Monday the whole day, yesterday the whole day, and today again. So what's the plan for tomorrow? To take it a little bit easier on this long way up to the falls?
I will also, if there is the time, I will a little bit more recover. But it's like it's team racing, and it's also like you have to look for your partner. So, and that's my main goal, to help Betty out as much as I can. Have some fun in the technical descents together, because we both like that. Yeah, and I will see tomorrow how my legs are, how Betty is feeling, and also the other women.
Tomorrow it's going to be a rainy day, so does that change something in your preparation?
No. I mean, now if it's rain, it rains. So if I'm honest, I hope not too much because of the cold, if it gets too cold. But yeah, we will see tomorrow what happened.
I will wait with a warm tea at the finish line in the fourth. Thank you very much, Adelheid. Danke vielmals. And back to you, Neil.
Well, great to hear from Adele Morath with plenty of experience and still in high spirits after today's stage. They put everything out there, and clearly a little bit of energy left and certainly some enthusiasm left in Adele Morath as she looks forward to the next 2 days, no doubt, and exerting the team's dominance. And clearly a good relationship with Janus, a good dynamic between her and Bettina Janus, and playing out very well. It's a very important part of mountain bike stage racing, is how well you get on with your teammate and how in touch you are with your teammate. If you are the stronger partner on the day, you don't want to put too much pressure on the rider that's suffering a bit more, and that's what it's all about. And great to hear Adele Morath talking about how much what she's really focusing on, and what she's focusing on is her efforts, not too concerned about the conditions. She knows what she can control, being a top professional, what she can control and what she can't control. So good to hear that she's in the right frame of mind to be winning. That mindset is what it takes to succeed at this level of the sport in a multi-day stage race. And we're watching here Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. Kim Lecourt in front in her Mauritius Championship jersey. Both having been national champions. Vera Lorza, multiple national champion, multiple Namibian champion. As they head to the finish, they were around about 5.5 minutes back. Also very good relationship, very good camaraderie there with the riders. Vera Lorza, in fact, lives in Switzerland, so you could say that she is more or less a local rider. She is from Namibia, but she lives in Switzerland with her husband, in fact, Connie Lorza, who is also racing at the Swiss Epic today, and having a great day out for them. Let's see what the final time gap was. That's Kim Lecourt on the right-hand side and Vera Lorza from Team Efficient Infinity Insure Rare Street Coffee, appearing especially for the race, especially for the for the SPAR Swiss Epic 2022. Well, we started in Larks. It was a loop course this morning, starting at 8 o'clock, and riders looked forward to 63 kilometers and 2,200 meters of climbing. A relatively short day, but the conditions, the rain coming down in the early part of the race, looked like they were going to play a role, but not so much as a role as the fierce competition at the front, with Singer Racing just around 5 minutes behind the team of Willier Pirelli, putting them to the sword early on. But a quick attack just before the first downhill section saw Willier Pirelli back in charge of the race and putting some pressure on the field. We saw around 7 teams near the front in the beginning, and that quickly got thinned out before the first water point at the 20 kilometer mark. Still approaching that 20 kilometer mark on the trails as you see them now. They head down the tricky sections with the treacherous conditions we're talking about. Is the trail surface being quite firm and grippy, but then they'll be crossing over some super slippery routes, and riders taking great care not to take too many risks, not to push too hard on the grippy sections in case they would slide over any route sections. But no casualties on that downhill section, no major casualties in the front part of the race, as we saw the race emerging with Team Buff Megamo putting pressure down, and just before that first water point where the team would ultimately gather, the race would ultimately gather again today as they passed through the tricky sections. Franz Klaas, having had some bad luck over the last 2 days, a little bit out of touch with the very front of the race, still riding his legs in, and with his local partner. His partner is really it's definitely his local race. It's Bierli. Knows every single rock on these trails, and no doubt guiding his Belgian partner through these sections, but staying just in touch enough in the stage to play a role towards the end. Very experienced campaigners, and showing the patience that's required to succeed at a multi-day stage race. As on the front, we saw Daniel Gersmeyer staying very much in control, very much in touch and controlling the race, with the Buff Megamo team looking to put some pressure down. Dynamic showing really early on with the top 3 teams. Singer Racing a bit on the back foot, and the yellow jersey wearers defending their lead. They had at this point on general classification 5 minutes over the Singer team. We saw some weaknesses early on with the Singer team, and the leaders on the day keen to capitalize on that, but the riders with all to play for, the Buff Megamo team, having had bad luck throughout the week, they were looking very much in contention for a stage win. Jose Diaz on the front of the climb of the day, one of the big climbs of the day, putting big pressure down, making sure that his partner Hans Becking stays hydrated. Good camaraderie, good relationship, and a very good dynamic between these two. They've raced well together, both in the Absa Cape Epic. They've also done extremely well. They've been on the podium at the Four Islands race and the Andorra Mountain Bike Classic, and being very active in the mountain bike stage race scene, but closely marked by Rabensteiner and Gersmeyer. A very important tactical move just to let the ambition of the Buff Megamo team really play a role and work for them, work to the advantage of the Austrian and the Italian. In this all-Italian outfit, it was previously a very much an Italian team with mostly Italian riders, but taking on the Gersmeyer factor, who's always been a major player in mountain bike stage racing. Gersmeyer is a new addition to the team, and clearly a good one, and a very effective partnership. Him and Rabensteiner, they found a very good dynamic between the two, staying in control of the 2022 Swiss Epic, winning yesterday's stage and the stage before, stage 1, and taking a little bit of time to enjoy the trails, a bit of a tail whip on these downhill sections, and still letting the Buff Megamo team lead on this section, this flow trail section. But we did see some bad luck with Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. Hans Becking breaking a rim and taking 3 minutes to try and repair it, and also riding on the rim. The time lost from riding on the rim just on their foam insert, leaving the stage up to the dominant team of the race of the week, and that is Willier Pirelli team, the Austrian rider Daniel Gersmeyer and his Italian counterpart taking the stage. That's 3 out of 3 for this dynamic team. Fantastic result for them, and cementing their overall and putting an extra minute into their overall riders, Team Singer, who were chasing close behind. Team Singer cementing their position on second overall, but not without a challenge from the Team Larks, who had a late charge class and barely knowing the trails like the backs of their hands, coming in close behind them and saving their campaign for the week. In fact, having had bad luck the day before and on stage 1, they were able to put it all together to stitch it all up and take third overall, or third on the stage today, and move up on the overall general classification. The women's race before the start in Larks on the loop course, the 63-kilometer loop course, and the lead looked very much stitched up with over 12 minutes lead of Dalmarath team up with Bettina Janis, and the two looked very much in charge throughout the stage. But as they roll out of Larks, it was a slightly slower pace than we would have been expecting. But of course, 3 days in to a mountain bike stage race, the legs will be sore. They call it day 3 legs. They don't call it day 3 legs for nothing. Just a little bit less enthusiasm until, of course, the legs warm up and they hit that first climb. And again, the top 3 teams of the race of the week emerged, as we see the Namibian at the back suffering a little bit with the pace set by the dominant team, who on every single climb it seemed like they just managed to get a bit of a gap, not necessarily because of an attack, but just with the extra pace and the extra slightly higher rhythm that they could set over their rivals Janina Wurst and Deborah Piana. Davos Kloster's women really putting their advantages and using Adele Marath's firepower to full advantage and gaining a bit of a gap and putting their rivals on the back foot, making them take a few risks on the downhill. But it all came together. The two teams of Davos Kloster's women and MTB Pro Merchandising team Chingalani were together even in the midway part of the stage, and it looked like it was all going to happen on that climb up to that top, the highest point in the race of the day, which was at 2,000 meters, almost 2,000 meters, just before they would descend on the Runca Trail, the famous Runca Trail, with all eyes on the second place team on overall MTB Pro Merchandising. Before the start today, they were lying only a few seconds ahead of the third place team, Vera Laws and Kim Lacourt. But with this gap developing now, they were turning that few seconds advantage into minutes as they progressed throughout the stage, knowing that they had the gap, and all they needed to do was just stick on the back wheel of Bettina Janis and hope that Adal Marath kept the pace nice and steady so that they could gain as much time over the third place team. And all morning, in fact, we were able to enjoy the rider's eye view of the e-bike, the Bulls e-bike, Thomas Ditch, the pilot, who piloted. In fact, he was part of the Bulls squad when they were racing in multi-day stage races and campaigning. Now he is giving the world the best view in the house of what it looks like to ride a top-level mountain bike stage race. Thomas Ditch on the e-bike. On to the next climb, where it would make a difference, and all credit to the MTB Pro Merchandising team, Team Chingalani, Nina Wurst and Deborah Piana, staying in touch with Adel Marath and Bettina Janis. An exciting day out. It could all come down to, we all thought it was going to come down to that final descent and who was going to go into that hole shot, who was going to go into that trail, the famous Runca Trail first. And it was just a matter of if MTB Pro Merchandising could hang on to the wheel of Bettina Janis as they went through, heading towards the highest point in the race. See, tactically, the MTB Pro Merchandising team happy to let Adele Morath set the pace. Adele Morath in the blue shorts, going full, not necessarily full gas, but full to the extent of what her partner could manage. And eventually that gap started to grow and the elastic snapped and allowed just a little bit of space between them, and that was all they needed to get into the whole shot of that final Runca Trail descent. As we watched the riders and enjoy watching the riders heading through one of the longest single track sections, one of the longest flow trails in Europe, and highly rated, an award-winning trail, and one that riders come from all over the world to enjoy, and we get to see it almost firsthand from the e-bike and from the point of view of the finest mountain bikers in the world, in world mountain bike stage racing. And certainly clear that Adele Morath is the stronger partner and guiding her teammate Bettina Yanis to a 3 out of 3 victory, a perfect record at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic as they head towards the finish, and another celebration on the line. Another fantastic result for the two German riders, Bettina Yanis and Adele Morath, and celebrating together, a great camaraderie between the two, and all eyes on the chasing team. Janita Wurst had around about 40 seconds gap at the top of the descent, and Janita Wurst and Deborah Piano only conceding 1 minute. Certainly seem to be improving, and about 6 minutes down, Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt finishing in style. The top 3 teams emerging once again as the teams of the race. Dario, I'd be keen to know, what, as a local person, what you think of the weather, because looking up at the skies is often it often is misleading, and the weather forecast, if it's anything like the weather in Cape Town, or where we see the weather changing almost hourly, we would like to know from you what you think could happen tomorrow. You have lots of experience in looking at the weather. I'll have a quick search on what the forecast is looking. We want to be as up to the minute as we can, and I'm sure the riders will be doing so. But what's your opinion on what will happen tomorrow?
I think it's going to be a rainy day. So the start in the morning up here in Lax, it's going to be dry. I hope so. But then for sure around 9, 10, it starts raining on the way up to the falls. So probably I think up to 100% that it's going to rain. So we're going back to you with the podium.
Great to see the celebrations on the podium, and we can see the faces that have been covered by the helmets and the eyewear. We can see the smiles in full view, and on the left-hand side, we're excited to see the team that have really really had a great day out. They only lost a minute today, and exciting to see just how close today's racing was. In fact, with the MTB Pro merchandising team, Janine Wurst and Deborah Piana. But again, congratulations go to Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt as they stand on the podium, the Namibian and the Mauritius champion, and having had another day and staying in touch until probably in the midway part of the race, and a great campaign out. They had a disappointing early part of the season when they had to miss the start of the Absa Cape Epic, and making up for it now at the SPAR Swiss Epic. In second place, MTB Pro merchandising team, Janine Wurst and Deborah Piana, the Italian and the Swiss rider, having a fantastic day out, and looking really like they've cemented that second spot overall. At the beginning of the day, they were 12 minutes down. They're perhaps around about 13 and a half minutes down. We'll get the official results now. But all credit and all eyes of the world of mountain biking on Bettina Yanis and Adele Morath. Fantastic performance, 3 out of 3 for the two German riders. Davos Klosters women take another stage and another minute on the overall.
Congratulations to Davos Klosters women.
Well, we got some spectacular views of the start-finish area in Larks. Today was a loop course. We started here and we finished here, and tomorrow will be a transition stage, the Queen stage, the 100-kilometer stage, as we are ready to see the podium, the overall general classification, and the jersey wearers. Definitely looks dominant. The two of them look dominant in the orange Chevita leaders jerseys, and we're going to just see how much time officially, what the official time is, how much time they have over their rivals going into tomorrow's Queen stage. And Bettina Janis and Adal Morath are in good spirits, as they should be, with another win and their lead overall looking more and more likely that their campaign will be successful at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. Just to look at those, at the overall results and the overall general classification. We'll be looking at those official timekeeping results. We'll see them in a moment. Just getting a view of just how much damage the orange jerseys did on their rivals. Davos Kloster's women looking dominant. On the results of today's stage, yes, 1 minute and 1 second over MTB Pro Merchandising, who do look like they're on the rise. They are looking like they are doing better and better throughout the week. Efficient Infinity Insure and Race Street Coffee Team, 6 minutes and 17 down. And Vera Laws and Kim Lacourt are falling down in terms of time, but they'll still hold on to that third spot on the overall GC by the looks of it. Once we see those results, we'll see exactly how much time they have lost, and what the advantage that Davos Kloster's women have over their rivals. We'll be looking to the GC results in a moment. As soon as they come up, we'll be able to see exactly how much damage they've done. Davos Kloster's women, 12 hours and 8 minutes of racing, 12 hours, 8 minutes and 57 seconds of racing. Janis and Morath have a 13-minute 37 advantage over MTB Pro Merchandising Team Chingalani. And Efficient Infinity Insure Race Street Coffee, 19 minutes back, 19 minutes and 5 seconds to be exact. And that looks like the race is definitely between the three of them, and anything can happen. We have seen in the past with mountain bike stage racing, an illness, a crash, a mechanical can put all of that advantage and can wipe it out completely. So it's definitely not, with 2 days to go still, two hard days, the strong riders will emerge, but those strong riders need to be taking a minimum risk and to put any advantage they have to maximum effect before they reach the grand finale in Davos, because it's never over until they cross that finish line. The riders crossing over that finishing line, the start-finish of the day. They'll be looking for their meal of the afternoon. They'll be looking to refuel. It's all about eating for tomorrow. And just a recap on the GC after stage 3, this is the general classification. Willier Pirelli Factory look very much in charge after 9.5 hours of racing, and they are 6 minutes and 21 seconds ahead of Singer Racing Team. And KTM Alchemist, who have had a very good week, did lose quite a lot of time today. Chochi and Tronconi are 18 minutes and 52 seconds back. And Buff Megamo 2 and Buff Megamo, the two Buff Megamo teams, are very much within touch of each other, but having lost plenty of time on stages 1 and 2. Buff Megamo's Becking and Diaz are lying in 5th spot at the moment. They are the stronger team, and they definitely looked good for a stage victory today, but unfortunately for them, they were scuppered by a puncture, in fact a broken rim. Unspecking damaged his rim, and of course the tyre lost air, and they were unable to fight for the stage win. Shame for them, but of course there is time for them tomorrow on the 100-kilometer stage. It'll suit them, lots of climbing, a long day out, and Becking and DS experienced campaigners, and as Carl Platt said earlier on, they do seem to get better as the week wears on. They seem to shine in the latter half of the week, so exciting to see that there's still lots of racing to go, and definitely an exciting race tomorrow, even if it is just for stage honors. Looks like the overall is starting to take shape but stage wins could come from any one of 3 to 4 to even 5 teams, as we saw today. In the other categories, the Masters results, Stoll Bikes, Danny Schneider Radsport. Schneider is actually, in fact, a rider who's done every single Swiss Epic, so no doubt his experience showing they have a 32-minute advantage over the rival team Roth and Terrier, and the team of Dus and Murray 51 minutes down. So clearly a dominant performance for Stoll Bikes and Danny Schneider Radsport. Danny Schneider having ridden with some of the world's best, and in the Masters category cementing his advantage, riding with the founder of Stoll Bikes, and certainly enjoying his campaign out another year at in fact the 9th edition. This is 9th Swiss Epic, and clearly very much a major part of this race, and the fabric of this race is Danny Schneider. Now we can just see on the from the aerial photograph the purple jerseys, the purple leaders jerseys, the overall GC leaders getting on the stage. We're just going to catch a glimpse of the results as they come on stage, the official results from the official timekeeping, just who is leading that competition. This is the Grandmasters, that's the riders over 50, to Rosa Consulting, Field of Norway, the Norwegian pairing Oswald and Snerdhammer, having a fantastic day out today, and of course increasing their advantage over the Stoll Bikes, Girardi and Fair, 13 minutes 33, and the BIXS, another last Steinbach, is Barty Booker, and riding with Gerber, and yet another one of their campaigns. Also very much exponents of the Swiss Epic, and we've seen them at the Absa Cape Epic as well. Barty Booker, a regular in South Africa in the Western Cape, as he is here in Switzerland. The SPAR Swiss Epic is part of the Epic series, the collection of mountain biking races around the world in iconic mountain biking regions. And in fact, today, alongside the Swiss Epic, is the Reef to Reef in Australia, and we'll be taking a look at some of the scenes from there right in a moment.
In the heart of mountain biking country of Queensland, Smithfield. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are underway.
The downhill was really fun.
That's a good time, can't beat it.
Finishing and getting a beer, I think that was a really good part and everyone's really enjoying it.
Definitely the pipeline. Yeah, coming down the pipeline was a lot of fun. After the uphill, it was quite nice to go down for a while, to be fair. A while to tap out and get a tempo, but once we got to the top, down the steep stuff, we caught a few pairs, didn't we, mate?
I don't know, there was some good doubles in there, some sneaky wee doubles in some of the pipeline descent.
And I didn't put my brakes on too much, so that was good. Yeah.
She did good, pipeline. It's good to be riding our tracks here, which is great, and great to see everybody up here.